a6, bishop a4. They are playing the fastest. On the other two boards, it's only the first move was done. Knight f6. It's pretty fast happening. They're flashing out the moves. The opening is many times happening this way, that things are happening very fast, right?
I'm still keeping
d5. Bishop is moving away. Now let's see what Firouzja has in mind. Is he going to play bishop c5? And he does play the Arhangelsk variation.
Okay. That's the most aggressive variation in the Roy Lopez.
Well, one of the tactical kind of move, yes. So I'm expecting c3.
Yep.
That's what I'm expecting. Let's see what Nepo has in mind.
And we also have some moves from Magnus Carlsen and Aryan Tari, so...
Well, they also repeated as in this game, but they reached only after move 2, knight c6. So it is also going to be a Roy Lopez, unless Magnus wants to play the Italian, let's say, or the Scotch, which I would be very surprised.
I don't think I've ever seen Magnus play a Scotch at all. I've seen him play bishop c4 many, many times. It seems to be his bread and butter, especially on the online tour. You know, when he needs to be in a must-win situation, he needs to get that point. He likes to keep every single piece on the board. And we've noticed a trend when it comes to Magnus's games. He loves to push forward quite aggressively on the queen side.
The pawns.
Yeah. He'll take as much space as possible, and this seems to be his calling card. Okay, so he does in fact play bishop c4.
He wants to play a long game and say that I'm better than you, I want a long game, and eventually you're going to make more mistakes than I do and I win.
Yep.
This is more or less the scenario he has in his mind, I think.
And, well, we do not have e4, e5 in the game against Sergei Karyakin and Richard Rapport. Instead, we have Taimanov. Richard has a double wrap. Well, he's had his second black in a row.
Yeah, he played the French defense yesterday against Tari, and now he chose the Pausen, and which I played. It was my pet line for a long time. I really like this to play with the black side. So I'm expecting bishop e3, which is on the board already. So this is the sharper move. Black is going to play a6, and then I guess it's going to be the sharper way of playing it with queen d2, and white will castle long. So we are going to reach something very interesting in the opening already with Rapport. And well, I hope for Richard that he's in good form. He won a very convincing game against Tari. He made all the right moves, exploiting the mistakes what Aryan was doing. And so actually he seems to be probably in a good form, but of course there's a huge difference between the players from yesterday and today with Sergei. And Sergei has a great preparation, generally speaking, in theory.
Okay, so let's get back to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, because it was a line that I dabbled with in at some point in my life, because no one told me it was the sharpest variation of the Rapport Lopez. I was tricked there. And
White played a4, rook b8, and now white is actually captured on e5, I see. Knight takes e5, simplifying, and goes for this position. I played this with white, if I remember well, against Shirov, for example. So after d4, bishop d4, queen d4, black is going to go d6. And black's idea is to play quickly as possible to push c5 away the queen, and c4 pushing back the bishop. A takes b5, captured, opens up the a file for the rook. It is quite advisable, though the question is whether white is able to take advantage of it. How is the rook going to be useful on the a file? But just in case, it's still better to have it open there. So f4 is an option to play, which after black plays c5. but I think also c3 might be a healthy continuation, so to make space for the bishop on c2. But of course, f4.
F4, it's the most
Nepo is
move.
a straightforward guy. He likes to sharpen things, so he's testing very much Alireza's preparation as well.
Yeah. And the main line here is just to return the knight to c6, attacking the queen, although it is actually possible to attack the queen with the pawn.
What about c5?
c5 is also possible. It's the second choice in my database, and has good pedigree. Hasn't been played for a long time, actually. I'm just
D1?
looking at.
Right after c5.
Yep, queen d1 is a move. Queen c3 seems to be the most popular move. White's also played queen d2. Queen c3 is definitely the most popular move in response.
Okay, and instead of c5, if knight c6, also queen c3, I guess.
Knight c6,
knight
then
e7.
queen c3 is the main line, and then knight e7.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was pointing out to you these three pieces, A1, B1 and C1. Now I'm not going to do that because the rook on A1 is actually an active piece. So that is something I don't want to point out. But I want to point out that with the B3 bishop can always question whether, can it be a smart and attacker playing white plays E5, and can white open up the lines and the diagonal can be useful? Or if black has the time to play c5, c4, then white is in trouble with his bishop, definitely. Yeah. So the question is, how can white develop with his pieces and take use of the bishop pair?
And checking out my database, I don't know whether it's a good idea for me to mention this, but I do see that you've played this position with the white pieces.
Yeah,
against Hikaru.
Hikaru also in London, right? London Classic.
Yes.
Yeah. Quite some years ago,
2012.
Yeah. And how did he play? Was it knight c6?
He played knight. Yeah, he played knight c6,
right?
And after queen c3, knight
I didn't
e7.
get anything in that game, I think.
Yeah, you played a kind of a little bit unusual move here. I mean, the most common move is for white to actually go forward
E5
and just hit out directly. Yes, you didn't play that.
No, because it's all theory, so it's not going to be something original. What did I do? Knight d2? Or?
Knight d2.
Yeah, and I got some problems after c5, I guess.
Yeah. So, but it's kind of an interesting point. You know, how important is it for these top players to actually get in their opening surprises?
Oh, absolutely. If someone can surprise the opponent, that's half of the success. But it is not simple to do so. What is maybe more simpler, and this is where comes into the issue whether how good your memory is, that you really have to memorize a lot of openings. Especially these days, you have to memorize even more than, let's say, even 10 years ago, because of the engines, and you have to be very flexible, changing your opening repertoire, changing different lines, which means that your mind is simply split to too many different angles of the opening theory, which makes it happen that if you're surprised, maybe you've looked at it, but then you have to recall from your memory whether, okay, so what I really had there, so that's kind of tricky.
That is tricky. I mean, I can say that definitely. That's something that I struggle with. There's too many opening variations, too many nuances to memorize, and it's so easy to get lost.
Confused. Yeah. We have queen d3 on the board.
Yeah, I was just going to check up on...
And the idea is very clear that white either wants to go with knight to c3, so he wants definitely keep vacant the c3 square, so knight c3, knight d5, or the other option is to leave it for the pawn and play possibly c3 and bishop c2 at some point. But it very much depends how black is going to react.
Yeah, I suspect black will probably just castle the king. And
but what do you think? Let's go a bit for the Karyakin game, because some real action is happening there. There was a pawn sacrifice, if I see it correctly.
We have to go there
so
then.
This is what we were expecting, that or I was expecting that. I want to see how the opening unfolds in this game, because it can determine the whole game. whether it's solid or it's going to be something sharp. So we have in this position the bishop e3 line, a6, g4. I don't know, how much g4 is, was g4 played at all?
G4
Probably
has
was.
some pedigree. It's not the most popular move.
That's
Only
for sure.
37 games.
27 games?
37.
37.
So, you know, I mean, Richard actually responds in the most principled way here, according to the database, to the figures. And he responds with just pushing
B5.
forward with b5.
Yes, but when I think about g4, I mean, if someone loves g4 move, it's me. Okay? So g4 is my square. But at the same time, it's like 10 years ago, if someone plays g4 like in this position, they would say, okay, go back home and study a little more principles about chess. Because you don't go g4. When do you play g4 normally when you're having an opening in the Sicilian? When the knight is on f6.
Yes.
So you want to go g4 to bother the knight with g5, right? So this is one thing. The other thing is that most of the time you don't do kind of g4 moves when the bishop can go to b4. So it is, and also bishop can go to d6, by the way. So the black squares could be also weak. But okay, of course, chess is a lot different now than was quite some few years ago. So when you have the engines, you push g4. Why not? It's a move. It's not a blunder. You don't see anything. And the theory is so deep already that people want to make a surprise, as you say. So just to switch a little change, and then if I work harder than my opponent, then eventually it has a point. So g4, b5, knight takes c6, queen takes c6.
And now
Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Is a pawn sacrifice immediately. So this was a provocative move, provoking Richard, and you don't have to provoke him too much to go into the sharpest things. So probably he was not even thinking too much. He said, okay, come on. You're offering a pawn, I just take it, which I'm not sure is not a risky thing. Took on e4, rook g1, obviously bishop g2 is a killer in next move, so black has to react in a way to go out of the diagonal with the rook or the queen, and he went queen c4, and this is the situation. So interestingly enough, Sergei has spent 8 minutes, while Rapport was spending only 6 minutes. And if someone had this position on the board in the home preparation, it can be, I think, Sergei. I don't think Rapport was analyzing this, but I will figure it out for tomorrow. I will ask him, how is his preparation standing?
Do you think that this opening choice was maybe a reaction to Richard Rapport? You know, he's a creative, energetic player, so Sergei is like, okay, fine, let's take him on in his own game. And, you know, just kind of some interesting chess psychology there.
Well, you have a different approach, I think, that sometimes, for example, I was considered to be very aggressive and very much open to go into sharp lines. And then there were two approaches. Either that, okay, I'm better than you, like Vichy, he just went into the sharpest thing, and then he outcalculated me sometimes. And so sometimes when you really have the self-confidence that, okay, I go fight to fight on your field.
Yeah.
And the other strategy is when I remember, for example, my later coach, Psahis, when he saw me playing when I was 13 years old in Holland, and I played very well on the tournament. I made my first Grandmaster norm, and he saw that I'm a very good tactician, I calculate very well, so he decided against the Paulsen to go the line after knight c6 in the game. I show it in the Rapport game if I can, that he just went the knight b5 system, and after d6 he went c4. So what you have to know about this, that this is the hedgehog, and it's a very slow motion, it's a long game, everything is positional, you're maneuvering here, maneuvering there. So this was his strategy against me. He says, okay, I don't let you to be active, because to be active here, it means you have to take extremely big risks. And unfortunately, he was right, and he just killed me in that game. So this is the other strategy, which not necessarily works with everybody, of course. And it's not so easy when you're talking about the higher level of players. But I think Sergey, of course, he came here to play a great tournament. Why not to enter into some interesting and test some interesting, challenging ideas? Definitely, this is a very interesting game. With the last, the last move, Queen C4, it can be important that White now has no castle because the A2 pawn would be under attack. So,
but it does mean that the Queen is potentially under fire. Well, it is not potentially under fire. It will be under fire once the knight moves.
Yeah, the question is where the knight moves and is it moving anywhere? So let's say knight d4, black queen probably would just sneak back to c7 where it stands perfectly fine. And then later on he wants to go knight e7 to develop with his knight. And somehow, or develop with the bishop first. So if black can complete the development without any compromises, then he might just keep the pawn.
Yeah.
But of course, white should have some compensation. The only question is whether it's going to be enough or not.
Okay, so let's have a look at the other games. So shall we check in on Alireza Firouzja and Nepomniachtchi?
And Magnus. Okay, so let's go to
Nepo against Alireza, yeah.
Yes, so after queen d3, black just played the short castle and then knight c3. So the idea is to develop with the knight, and of course now the problem is for black. Black's best move would be if it would be legal to play c5.
Nope.
But it's not so easy, because if black goes now knight e7, then white would, I'm sure, immediately go to push the pawn e5. So now this is the battle of what it is about.
Yeah, I have to say, in fact, this is not the most common position that is, but moves that black has tried is like knight b4, attacking the queen. Another one is just to go rook e8. And another one is to go b4. But I see that this line is kind of tends to be played.
I don't like b4.
No, I mean...
I don't like b4, giving all these white squares around the pawn.
No, I don't like that move either. And knight b4 I find to be quite interesting because it's quite provocative. This seems to be the popular choice amongst the 2600s.
And after queen g3?
After queen g3, they say, it's fine on the king side. I'm just going to go c5.
c5. And after e5, c4?
And after e5, it's a game between Lekov and Sherov in 1997. They just went knight h5. So calm.
Queen f3?
c4. No.
c4 time. Okay.
It's Sherov playing.
Well, Sherov played this line against me, and he burnt himself at one occasion, exactly in this line. But yeah, so we are looking ahead to this sharp tactical ideas. Let's go to see Magnus's game, because we did not see that really. Not much has happened since we saw that it's the Italian. So after bishop c4, knight f6, d3, all the developing moves are happening. Bishop c5, c3, d6, knight d2. It is very common that white is postponing his castling for the moment. There is no rush in this close position. And black played a5. So he does not want, maybe he also knows what you know, that he wants to push his pawns on the queen side. So Tari stops this and plays a5 early. But of course it has its drawbacks as well, because the b5 square can be weakened. So now it's a question how Magnus is playing with it. Is he going to play castle, or is he going a4?
Yes.
But Magnus is thinking quite a lot. He spent already 17 minutes.
17 minutes. Okay, that's quite significant for a position that he knows really, really well. I mean, he's one of the world's biggest experts in this particular line. And he chooses to play his knight to f1, which isn't the most popular move. Just going to check out the statistics.
Well, his idea that knight g4 is not something that he would be afraid of. I guess he would go d4, and if black takes, bishop b4 check, white just goes simply bishop d2.
Yeah. and happy days. White has the center.
He says that his center is stronger. Though I'm not sure I like this knight on f1 for the moment.
I hope it's temporary.
But it's temporary. That's true. So knight g4 is something not to be afraid of, I guess. But d4 is not a threat yet, so White wants to regroup his knight to e3 to stop all kind of d5 options. I don't know, what about bishop e6 here?
It's been played once before. Bishop b3 was just the response.
Well, I don't think it's a big deal for White. It's just a long game. I mean, castle or even d5 is something to consider, I think. Of course, after d5, knight g5 can be sometimes an issue after bishop e6.
Yeah.
Let's see how Tari will be reacting on knight f1.
Yeah, actually, just while we're talking about Aryan, I did have a question from Ratnesh, who asks on Twitter, how helpful is a super tournament like Norway Chess in the early career of young players like Aryan Tari, who's just in his 20s, around top 120 and has a long journey ahead of him?
Well, it's absolutely a fantastic opportunity for him, because some countries have this, that there are fortunate players that they have this opportunity, that he's included in the tournament in order for him to improve and to get those experiences which not everybody is able to get of his caliber of player, right? So I mean, in this tournament there would be no chance that somebody with his rating would be invited.
Right.
And of course he has to be smart, I think, to use this opportunity for his learning process and how he can adjust himself and accept it that he's missing some of the chances. He's experiencing that the others are so much better prepared, their chess understanding obviously on a much higher level. At the same time, if he's smart and he's analyzing his games and his experiences and why he made those mistakes and why the other guys understand those things much better, I think he can profit out of it a huge amount and implement it in his future understanding of chess and in future results also.
Yeah. So one thing, I'm always been of the experience that, you know, any experience is good experience. So playing in such a tournament like this, even if you get smashed to pieces, it's good as long as you learn from it, as long as you're psychologically strong enough to take those defeats. But I mean, I do see that other people don't recommend that you make such a big leap forward. They say, hey, have a jump, play against tough opposition, but not so much that you get demoralized. What's your opinion on...
I think it matters about what character you are also. And also it's very hard not to accept such an offer because it's not coming every day in your life. I remember I was playing the first time in Linares and I knew that I'm a tourist there. Kind of, I was just like 16 and I had an opportunity to play with all these top guys. I mean, I knew that I'm talented, I had some great results, I was a grandmaster already. But I was far, far, far away from really challenging them over the board in a real game. So I knew that, but I also wanted to experience that. You want to feel it.
Yeah.
That, I know that some people who did not experience it might say that, okay, but I'm just as good as them, you know.
Yeah.
But once you're there and you really feel it, that from an equalish position you're just outplayed in 5 moves. And if you're experiencing these things, it can be extremely useful and it's good. But at the same time, of course, it would not be good for a young player to have 8 tournaments like this, you know. But 1 tournament a year, I think it should be very beneficial.
1 tournament a year where you just...
Yeah, when
you're out of your depth and you just learn and you don't care about your rating and just...
Well, this tournament is not about rating for Tari, I think, that's for sure.
But when you did play in Linares, did you feel that your standard was getting better, even though your results might not have reflected that? Or did you just feel, oh no, it made me look...
When you play against these very strong oppositions, many times you have the feeling that, okay, but I had a good position. And in one hand, it's true, but the game is long, and those guys are better usually because simply they understand the depths of the position, the opportunities, what some middle games can offer them, and they simply see further in strategies also. In calculation, I was, for example, pretty good, so that was not the main issue, I think, where they outcalculated me. It was much more about the strategical positional play of the game, understanding the openings they were playing and we were playing. So those were the things when I understood that there is a lot to learn, a lot to learn from them, and generally to improve myself in every way. And also, of course, it tests your nerves and your psychological where you're standing, how much you are ready to be smashed in one day, and next day you meet against a stronger opponent and then you're smashed again, and then you're challenged against number one after all. So nobody cares what you've done. And also you experience it that once you lost a few games, then people tend to think that, okay, so you are the one who I'm going to collect my point. So it's not a nice feeling, but at the same time, you also can kick back, so you can test yourself in different ways, but you shouldn't experience that too many times.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is quite difficult, actually. I've played in a few tournaments where it's very clear that I am the target, and even like you say, you know, I might have a good middle game, might have a good end game. They will keep playing, you know, and we will be playing all the way to move 80, and I would play these incredibly long games. And maybe I would get tired at the end, or maybe it would be some time control issue, and just that. And then the next day, like you said, someone else, strong.
Yeah. Well, I remember that Karpov was giving me these lessons a few times. That you think, okay, the game is drawish. He's sitting there completely innocent, like he's repeating moves just in case. Then in the beginning you think that, repetition, maybe he wants to make a draw. Then you realize that he's just playing the cat and mouse game with you. And then you play on, and then you're move 60. You still think it's a drawish game, which is true. Then another 20 moves passes, and then you know that, okay, it's a rook knight against 3 pawns against my rook knight and 2 pawns. It should be a draw. Then some moves happens, and at the end you realize you have no time, you're in time trouble, and you make a mistake.
Yeah.
And the 80-something move game, 7 hours, and they tortured you until you resign. It was drawish. Yeah. I had equal game, but these things, of course, when you experience it, you understand that still there are so detailed games that there's so much still to understand, that I've learned a lot on those lessons too.
But one of the great things about this particular tournament is that usually in these all round robin tournaments, I notice the top players are taking some quick draws amongst themselves, and they choose their target and they draw out that game against them. But here, they're having to fight an Armageddon game afterwards. So it kind of feels like the playing field has been leveled a little bit.
But it's not only that. I remember last year when I was commentating the same tournament with the 8th edition of Norway Chess. And you could see, and everybody was saying, all the players, we were not here, the commentators, and there was no audience, but the players were playing over the board. They were so hungry to play over the board games that they had no idea to make a short draw. No, they were playing until the end, until 2 kings. I mean, you had the feeling that with 2 kings they would like to play on and on just to have the experience again. They are sitting at the board and it's real stuff happening.
I must admit, because usually I do my studying on a laptop. The whole pandemic, if I played chess, I played it again on the laptop or my PC. And I remember the first time I kind of came in contact with a wooden board, I felt so emotional. I almost kind of was like adjusting the pieces, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, I wasn't doing anything other than
But it was the same for Magnus and for the guys last year. Like the way they were sitting there, the way they were expressing themselves in an interview after the game. It was Kramnik, I was making the commentary. And you could see that they were just so overwhelmed, you know, that they have the opportunity to play over the board again.
Yeah.
So it was such a joy for them. So absolutely they were playing out until 2 games. And they just wanted to have this feeling until they can.
And I don't think we have too many moves.
No, we have a few moves with
We have a
the
few moves
Rapport.
when at Rapport, which brings me nicely onto a question from unknown user who says, what are your thoughts on Rapport as a player? Do you think a young player, around about 14 to 16 years old, who is creative and aggressive, around 2300 ELO, will profit a lot if he analyzes Rapport's games?
Well, first of all, I think when you analyze top players, which I consider that Rapport is in the top 20 in the world, so you don't go wrong by analyzing games. Of course, what kind of conclusions you take, that's another story. But I think the way Rapport plays, this is his style, this is what he feels comfortable with, and this is what brought him the success.
Yeah.
So when it's not going to bring him success, and maybe his style will be a little bit formed, as it was in my case as well, that it was formed during the years and the decades. My aggression was not so strong as it was before. I learned my lesson. I started to play different kind of openings also, which were not as sharp as the King's Indian, let's say. So you're forming, but of course, Rapport had great games, fantastic combinations, attacks, and from those you can learn a lot, no question about it. But at the same time, I would of course advise also to look at Kramnik's games,
Right.
who is a very strategical player, positional player, long-term thinker, to learn those things as well.
Yeah.
But mainly, I think the most important thing for youngsters not to use the engine when they are learning, and also to learn from all the champions with their own commentary. And
we were in a
comments the
unique
books.
position, right? I mean, certainly when I was growing up, there was no way I could hear Garry Kasparov or yourself or anyone give comments.
No, these commentaries are also something that they can learn, but also there are a lot of magazines, they have articles, and there are a lot of good books, like Gelfand wrote a great book series, and Vichy is writing books, so there are more and more people opening up their thoughts on that, and with opening actually on Chessable they have some good courses, like Geary or Wesley So, they are sharing their own thoughts or own notes. I mean, that you could never think about even something similar back.
Everyone was so protective of their ideas.
Of course,
yes,
of course. And it's not only the concrete ideas, but even the vision, which direction to go in some particular line. They were sharing their thoughts in between them, like at breakfast or something. You always see some players talking to each other. You know, what do you think about this new game, a new idea? And then they're talking about it. Yeah. But they would never share it on public, right?
No.
And this is happening, so it's changing a lot. So for the youth, they have much more opportunities. At the same time, it's out there for everybody. Yeah. So the question is, in what form and how they can really build in their own play and somehow build their own talent to it, so they get the maximum.
We should have a look at the moves that were played. So knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4.
And the
queen c7,
queen retreated to c7, and now
long castle.
Long castles.
Yeah, I guess d5 is not something black should be considering now, because I very much have the feeling that white would be taking and sacrificing on d5. Maybe it's too much, I don't know, because after takes probably bishop g2. This is something black should be considering or trying to deal with, but maybe queen d5, bishop b7, and for the moment it seems that black is maybe okay. So after d5, knight d5 is not possible, but it is very tempting for sure. Bishop g2 is possible, so later on to capture, to attack on d5, but definitely some sacrifice on d5 should be in the air.
It definitely looks like should be something there. So
so now it's a big question for black, like after castle, whether should he play b5, should he be playing bishop b7? I think bishop b7 might be an inaccuracy because of bishop b6.
Yep.
And then the black queen has to be moving somehow backwards.
Bishop g2. Oh, backwards, yeah.
Well, anyway, I think bishop g2 to exchange the white square bishop, and black is very much behind in development. But still, it's a question whether how bad is that for black. So bishop b7 is another move, and of course black can start consider to develop with his pieces. Knight e7 possibly, for example.
But if knight e7, maybe
the b4? b4 pawn is hanging, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I tend to forget about those little material things.
Yeah, because after queen b4, I think black would go knight f5.
Yeah.
Queen b6, exchange the queens, takes.
Yeah, I was kind of more thinking that
Knight
white.
h4.
Yeah, I kind of feel that white should keep the queens on the board after all. They're attacking.
Yeah, but taking a pawn back, it's also not so bad.
I think it was Gelfand who wrote that the secret ambition of every gambitier is to win back the sacrifice material. I can sympathize with that, actually, but I'm trying to get better. So when I sacrifice material, it's like I don't feel that pressure that, hey, I have to restore material
No, but
equality.
here also, that's not the main aim for Sergei, I think, to grab back the material. His main aim to play bishop g2, to bring his rook to e1, and somehow...
Another idea seems to be knight h5. I see
Knight
it.
h5 can be. Yeah, actually, if black bishop would be moving out, then knight h5 is something to consider. So now black has to be careful a lot with his reaction. But for example, bishop c5, what happens on bishop c5?
Okay, so if we start
There are
with-
a lot of options for black, so it's easy to go wrong.
It is.
It's
That's
easy
true.
to go wrong. So this can be a problem. Knight h5 now, then maybe g6.
Yeah, and then I was wondering whether you could do bishop to g2, get some pieces out with some time,
Yeah, rook b8.
and now maybe bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4, I also thought that you want to pinpoint my weaknesses on the diagonal, that g6 is not a good move. And I think it's true. After bishop d4, white, black is in huge trouble. So after knight h5, it means that, well, black doesn't want to go king f8. After that, also bishop d4, I guess. So, yeah, I think this is one of the main ideas for white, to keep black from developing in the king side. And then one day some knight d5 can arrive with either sacrifice or just to play that. But bishop b7.
Yeah.
I still think bishop b7 can be the move. What else can be?
When I see those black pieces there that are completely undeveloped on the corner, I'm reminded of that expression that you taught us yesterday, the Hungarian one. If you sit in the corner, you don't get married.
Ah, it's here.
I was thinking, it's true.
Well, I can translate it now. If you have your pieces like this, you can't castle for a long time, for sure. And it can be a priority, of course. Should be, but I think white has a great deal of compensation. But I would be surprised if it would be advantage also. So I think black should be able to, with accurate play, to get along. Knight e7 is giving back the pawn. It is possible. And bishop b7. So
Yeah.
these are the questions. d5 is kind of shaky. d5 is very tricky, I think.
It does feel very loose. That at the very least there will be some bishop g2, and then, like you say, some piece sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's correct, but it looks somehow not very promising. Like if we just takes, rook d8, let's say, queen e4, bishop e7. I mean, this looks very tricky. Even if you just white takes and play g5, you know, sometimes even these kind of moves to paralyze the knight on g8.
Yeah.
I mean, this I don't like for black, that's for sure. This is something black should be avoiding.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe rook d1 is
rook
also good.
d1
I just
and
wanted
then-
to show that
yeah.
after g5 it can be very positional for a moment also.
Yeah, because the bishop will be coming to d4, and then there's rook d1, and yeah.
And basically after g5 actually two pieces are out of play.
Yeah.
And there is no hope. Let's go to Nepo's game. What do you think?
Yes, let's go there.
We have a move after knight c3. Black played rook e8 and e5. So what's the idea of e5? Takes on d5, e5, takes on d8. So now it's not a real pawn sacrifice. White wants to get initiative, I guess. Take on e5, takes, go bishop f4. And if let's say, oops, not rook d5, but rook c5. Black has a pawn up, and I wonder if white has enough compensation, to be honest. Maybe after rook e5. Well, it's not clear why is it so good. So let's see, after fe5.
And if you take on with rook takes e5, so there's actually a game, Jan-Christoph Duda playing against Sam Sevian in 2015.
And how was it?
It was a win for white, so that might make me a little bit biased for this pawn sacrifice. But there he just went bishop f4.
And after rook?
And after rook c5, he went bishop e3.
And bishop d4, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
bishop e3, where did the rook go?
Well, after bishop e3, the rook went to f5.
Mm-hmm.
And then after rook takes rook, bishop takes rook. It looks like white won't be making any headway. Actually, he took knight takes pawn.
Ah, what a tricky
I
thing.
know.
It always ends up with tactics.
And now the rook comes down to a8.
Okay, that's a nice tactic. Knight b5. Yeah, white has pair of bishops, open position, so just a better position.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's potentially looking quite promising for Nepomniachtchi.
What about bishop c2 here? With the idea bishop c2, rook b5, rook a8, and then already rook d5 defense is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Probably bishop f4.
Yeah.
And this is the problem.
Yes, this is the bishop pair, passed pawn.
Okay, so
Looking
let's
good.
see, after e5, we have Nepo is completely prepared in this. He spent only 12 minutes almost, while Alireza is spending 33 minutes up to this point.
Yeah. So,
He got surprised in this
yep.
system somehow.
I think we will be taking a short break now whilst we prepare for a guest in the studio. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, we are back and it is a pleasure to have in our studio Benedicte Vestre Skog, who is one of the tournament organisers of Norway Chess. So welcome to our studio.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
And I have to ask you, how did you get involved with Norway Chess?
Oh, that's a really good question because I'm not really a chess player, so it was really by coincidence that I got into Norway Chess because I met the founder at this event, and we just started talking, and they needed someone with my experience, so it was actually a great fit, great timing, and I started out being a member of the board, but then quickly they needed someone to start working full time, and it was perfect timing for me, and that's how it all started.
Kind of like an accident, social network. I love it.
Yeah, things just happen like that sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just falls into your lap. No, I really like that.
Yeah.
And I have to ask, what's it like being the organizer of such a big chess festival, and especially in Corona times, where it's not that easy?
No, it's not. But yeah, in general terms, being part of such an event is amazing because we are able to set the rules of how we want the whole tournament and the whole festival feeling to be. So it's quite nice to have some influence in always improving the whole event. And of course, right now, last year, this year, it's been extremely challenging. Last year, we were the only top tournament that actually did something physical. It was quite the challenge. It was before the vaccine. We had all the players they did quarantine, so they were really helpful in that, and we had the whole health safety measures. We did all the right procedures, but of course it took a lot of our time extra, and it's time we didn't really have, but we had to do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, with all the support that we received from doctors, nurses, government and so on, we really made it happen, and we just worked hard to keep everyone safe, and thankfully at least last year that was the case, and I'm hopeful for this year as well.
Yes, so this year we had some players from Russia competing.
Right.
And was that a challenge to get them through the very tough Norwegian travel restrictions?
Yeah, right now the borders to Norway outside the European Union and Schengen is closed. So it's actually not possible for anyone outside to enter Norway, but we worked really hard with the government, and we finally got an exemption from the law. So we were able to invite these fantastic Russian players to enter Norway, and so they could play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a lot of hard work and planning involved, because I know normally a big festival like this will take 1 year of planning.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I imagine it took a lot more.
Well, we didn't have more than 1 year, but actually less. But we have a really good routine with everything we do, and so we work really hard and we know what to do. But with the Corona, the challenge there is really we don't really know the law, the rules, because they're changing so often. Travel restrictions and vaccination and Corona passport, all these things, they keep changing. So that's really the main challenge time-wise.
Yeah. And what's it like actually having a Norway Chess Festival in Norway, which is a country which is becoming obsessed with chess?
I think it's fantastic because Stavanger is now one of the biggest international cities for chess in the world, and it's a great pleasure actually that we managed to create such an event here in Stavanger. So really proud about that.
Yeah, and I also have to ask you about the fighting chess. That is a trademark of Norway Chess, and the very unique time control.
Yeah.
Whose idea was it, and do you consider it a success?
Yeah, we're still doing it, so it's been a really great success. Our TV ratings skyrocketed when we first introduced new time control, and I think it's also because it's not only challenging for the players, but it's also really good in a TV audience perspective. We have more knowledge about how long the games will be, and normally we have a lot of draws, of course, at this level. And with the extra Armageddon games, we get some extra action and excitement at the end.
Yeah.
The idea was the founder of Norway Chess, so Kjell Madland, that was really his idea. And he's super creative. And we discussed it with a lot of the top players first before we did any changes, and we got a lot of feedback from them. And a lot of them thought it was a fun idea, and so we decided to try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said your background wasn't chess. Do you personally like watching these Armageddon matches and seeing the players fight it out, all the emotions?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting to watch, even if it's so quick that you don't really have time to think. You can just you can feel the atmosphere and the energy, really. And especially if I have the opportunity to be inside the venue where they are really close to the players, you can almost feel the tension in the air. So yeah, it's fun. It's great to be there.
Because one of my lasting memories is actually watching Firouzja make moves with his hands trembling over the board. I mean, this, you normally see these players are so confident, and
Exactly,
you don't normally see this,
Yeah.
players gripped with emotions and frustration, like you say, the tension.
Yeah.
And I also kind of was curious. So this is the 9th edition of Norway Chess. What's been your favorite memory? Because one of the things that struck me is when you presented us with the brochure and the program, is that the players can actually have massages, which is like a fantastic addition to any tournaments.
Yeah.
So if anyone's watching, any organizing a tournament,
that's what we try to be. Like, we try to be the best tournament for the players in terms of have them being able to focus on what they're supposed to focus on, which is preparing for the games and playing the games and so on. So we want to make sure that they have all the service that they need, and that they feel comfortable, and just they're all around happy as they can be when they're here.
And this is like the most thoughtful thing and most considerate thing ever. I just really in awe of that. And I also remember seeing from years ago that there was a cooking class.
Yeah. So normally we have 2 days off during the tournament. This year there's only 1 day off because of we had to move the tournament, and so the schedule didn't allow for that. But during one of the days off, we always have something called Norway Chess Games, something we do together with a partner, a sponsor.
Yeah.
And the last few years we did it with HTH. And we had like cook-offs, we had like Master Chef. Last year we had, they had to decorate their cake. So we create this type of competition that doesn't have anything to do with chess. And
can you give us any spoilers what our players will be doing?
well, this year they won't be doing anything because we don't have time in the schedule. But for next year, I promise you, we're going to do something fantastic. So I already started thinking what it should be. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And do you have any questions, Judit?
Well, I'm always fascinated with the story that you really pay attention that the players are having a good time.
Yeah.
I know that this time you had a lot of challenges having all the 6 players arriving in time, which is not really possible because Nepomniachtchi had some very challenging moments, not able to take off from the airport in the planned time. Can you just share how did you handle that? Because I think for that you had to have very good nerves and a lot of hours of work.
Yeah, I think in these situations when that happens, you just have to take a deep breath and first and foremost just try to start solving the issues, you know? So we had a few like stressful, days trying to figure out how we could help Nepomniachtchi. And thankfully we got really good help from the Norwegian embassy in Moscow and Norwegian police and so on. They all wanted him to be in Norway, and so they did their very best to help him with his visa issues so that he could be here in time. Almost. We almost made it, but works out in the end.
But also you have a special vision about the tournament from many different perspectives, as you highlighted before. But also I noticed that you have many ladies helping out,
Right.
and in the organization.
Yeah.
And why do you feel that that's important?
I mean, in the world of chess, it's so male dominated, and also we only invite top 10 players, and right now it's just men. So we want to highlight and show strong females in other very important positions of the tournament, because it's not only about the players. We need really good arbiters, we need really good commentators. So we have a huge crew. We have people working on social media and so on. And so we try to have more females in those positions, because there's plenty to choose from.
Yeah. So what next for Norway chess? Because I noticed outside there was lots of branded sweaters, beautiful
Right.
sweaters and cups and merchandise.
Yes.
And anything else? Any other big plans?
For merch?
Well, not just for merch, but just for everything.
Yeah, well, already we do, there's an open tournament. We have a big conference, a business conference that's called Norway Summit. We have a lot of events here with our partners. We have politicians visiting. So lots of things going on during these 2 weeks that we are doing the tournament. Actually, I think it's more than 40 different events. So, yeah.
40 different
40,
events.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks,
Within
yes.
2 weeks.
Impressive. I knew about the festival. I knew there was a local children's tournament.
Yeah.
The festival was always something I really wanted to attend, but I never quite managed. So I really,
Yeah.
it was a big privilege when I was asked here. So I was like, yes,
I'm
absolutely.
so happy to have you here.
Yeah.
And you too, Judit, to be back.
you. I'm a frequent visitor
Yeah.
here already.
Yes.
It's lovely.
It's my third time for doing commentary, but the second time being here,
No.
offline.
No, undoubtedly, Norway Chess is just such a fantastic, unique tournament and
Thank you.
fantastic atmosphere. And it's been a pleasure to have you here in the studio and to tell us all about it. And yeah, I
Thank you
just
so much.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks. So we have some moves
Yeah,
on
thank
the
you.
board.
That was great.
And what do we have here? Firouzja reacted, though he was not fast, I must say, because after e5, he spent quite some time. He's down to 113 already. And after d takes e5, of course, Nepo is just flashing out his moves. Queen d8, knight d8, f takes e5. No, sorry, after queen d8, black is thinking and hesitating. So it
Okay.
means that Firouzja is kind of confused. And he's trying to figure out that what is really going on here, right? And which can be very challenging for him, I must say.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the camera and seeing him locked in, focused.
Yeah, because there are some tactical problems. For example, if we were checking rook d8, knight d8
Knight takes
before.
d8, knight takes queen,
But
yeah.
for example, if rook d8, then white is going to be capturing on e5, playing bishop f4. So the knight cannot move away because of the c7 pawn will be taking. And if black would go rook e8, white just goes rook e1. And black cannot do too much, because if after knight d7, while he's protecting on e5,
You can have some fun by actually, I was going to say.
some bishop f7 or even bishop e5
Bishop,
first,
yeah.
and after that. So there is a big problem. I have the feeling that the only move is knight d8 in this position. At the same time, we have also moves played in the Rapport game. We start here after long castle, and Richard decided that he goes knight f6 after all. It's time to start developing, making developing moves, because in the last 4 moves practically, he was taking an e4 the pawn, he went back queen c4, queen c7, so he was very busy with moving his queen around. So this is the time element what chess has, that many times strong players tend to offer material in order to gain initiative. But the question is that after knight f6, white played g5, No, not g5, sorry. He played bishop g2, bishop b7, of course, g5, and black decided to go knight e4, centralizing his knight, queen d4. And right now, it's again a provocation because e5 seems to be a promising move for black and try to win a piece, but obviously white is going to be playing knight d5, and this is why e5 would be actually a blunder, I guess, because after e takes d4, knight c7, king d8, and I think rook d4, and then the knight is hanging also on e4.
Yeah, I was also thinking that you could take the rook.
Well,
Because the bishop is...
Yeah, but if you take the rook, I thought d takes e3.
Yeah, and then I was kind of hoping that there might be some...
Knight
either the knight
e6.
escaping or some...
Well, maybe this is good for white actually. Rook d7 and white rook moves simply away. Yeah,
and then bishop takes knight.
Probably this is even better. So anyway, e5 is something that queen d4 is a provocation, but e5 will not happen. But it is very important for white, and that's why queen d4 can be a good move. That after bishop c5, white would be capturing on g7. And now it's a question how black wants to continue. So I think bishop c5 is also not something that black can play. But the e4 knight is hanging, so d5 is possible.
And I can tell you what someone has analyzed. I don't know the strength of them, but they have analyzed bishop takes knight.
Yeah, bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight. And what is here now?
And what is next? The analysis stopped. So,
okay. So knight h5 is sometimes possible, but then I think e5. So that's quite reasonable for black. And
any other moves? Like,
I don't know, because black's next move can be rook d8. That's the plan, I think. And white is actually missing his bishop, white square bishop, I must say.
I was wondering whether you could get all excited and give up some pieces.
Which piece would you like?
So first of all, I was
offer?
thinking g6. So
g6, I had this in mind. I had this in mind, and after h takes g6, you just want to go rook g6.
Yeah, rook g6 is a possibility. Knight takes g6 was another one. Yeah. So.
Yeah, rook g6, but then okay, it takes knight e6, queen e7.
Yeah. And is there anything else?
Well, I don't know, queen e5, but I think already rook h5 is possible.
Maybe queen b6.
Queen b6. But
You know,
then maybe
threatening.
rook c8.
Ah, okay. Oh, then I have maybe
G5,
bishop
yeah?
g5.
Bishop g5.
So maybe you have to again play those kind of strange moves like rook h5, but then you also have bishop c.
Knight c7 is coming, no? If rook h5, then knight c7.
Knight c7, and yeah, we have a fight.
Well, queen b7, and the rook is in trouble.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, it seems like g6 is the only try white can try out in this position, I think. But maybe after takes and rook takes, black goes e5. Because
okay.
black does not have to take that.
And okay, what happens after knight to...
Knight e6.
I hadn't thought about that. I was thinking knight d5. But okay, now you've suggested it. Let's go full throttle.
Well, I don't know how is this. No, I think after knight e6, e takes d4 and king d7 is possible. So now only rooks are hanging on this board. So this will not work out.
Oh, what
so
a
after
shame.
e5, knight d5 is the same
It's
story.
the same story, right?
It's the same story.
And maybe... Yeah, what a shame.
Well,
what
you
a
want
shame,
knight e6 or knight g6? We can
So let's
check
try.
that.
Let's try this one.
But I think in this position, king f7
King f7.
will be
It's king moves again.
Easy defense. Okay, so after queen d4, we played d5, right? And the Rapport is still thinking whether d5, is it a good move? Okay, so d5. And let's go to the Magnus game, because there are some interesting moves happened. If we go back until knight f1, because this is where we stopped previously, when Magnus played knight f1, regrouping his knight from d2, and Tari went bishop e6, bishop b5. So right now we immediately see the drawback of a5, because now a6 is not possible, so the bishop on b5 is kind of can be annoying. But of course White's main plan in this structure is eventually to play d4. Castle, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, kind of provocation, and Tari went to go g5. Well, of course, in these positions, one might always think and consider knight g5, but Magnus just simply played bishop g3, and now it's black to move. It's interesting what Aryan has in mind, and he did not make a move, but it's interesting that Tari is thinking it's his move, but look at the body language of Magnus. He's really very much deeply in the game. And you see again that when the opponent is thinking, he's spending his time, not wasting his time looking around and going to the confessional booth to share his thoughts.
Although I happen to know he did actually go to the confessional booth yesterday, and
hope.
he told everyone, I think I'm good.
Yeah, well, he had some stressful moments there in the opening, and then later on as well. But so now the question is how Tari wants to continue, because some of the question is, can black go d5 anytime? Here black, I don't think he can go d5, because simply the e5 pawn will be taken. Like white can go bishop c6, takes, let's say take knight e5, d takes e4, then white goes d4. He's going to bring his knight to e3, play h4. So everything is set more or less for white's favor. So this is important that black cannot play d5, because that can open up the position and anything can be generally.
And how is the situation if black were to start maneuvering his knight to the king side, like knight e7? Because I'm not really sure whether white wants to strike out with d4 with his king, so...
Well, for now, I think d4 is not something that he can think of, because takes and bishop b4, and then the e4 pawn is under attack. So this would be too early from white side. But after knight e7, definitely d5 is not an option for some time. So you want to go knight g6.
I want to go knight g6 and knight f4.
Yeah.
Take control.
Maybe white goes knight e3. And let's say after knight g6, already maybe white will just castle. And next move is really something strong in the center to play d4. Well, knight f4, let's say d4, takes, black moves away, and let's say something like queen c2. So in this position, white should be clearly better.
It feels like it. I feel like maybe black can't really jump in with his knight to f4 so early. But then...
well, you could do differently, of course. After knight g6 castle, you don't jump in. You probably, black should be moving away with his bishop. So d4 is not proper yet, because the e4 pawn is hanging. But then...
Can I put my bishop on a7? Just because I might want total board domination.
What would you like? You want c6 and b5 and all these moves?
Yes. Greed is good.
Yeah, now actually bishop c4 might be a move, trying to exchange the bishop, because I want to get a free f5 square for my knight.
Tense. And so now if the black queen steps forward to d7.
Yeah, it's,
I always struggled with this type of position. Too many pieces on the board.
It's not so easy
tense.
to decide which direction to go. That's true. And now, if black does not go knight e7, it's also possible that white just wants to take eventually on c6. Even that is a possibility. Now, knight e7 is the most natural move if d5 does not exist here.
Okay. So,
Well, knight h5 is also something
yeah, knight h5, I was
black can
potentially
consider.
worried about knight takes pawn.
Yeah, this is a
You know,
question whether knight
childhood
e5.
tricks.
Though I don't know, knight d5 is possible because knight takes g3.
Yeah, that I was wondering about.
And after knight c6, I go bishop f2.
Oh, okay. You were one step ahead of
Some
me.
fun you cannot take back because
Yeah,
it's check on
but
h1.
even moves like pawn takes knight is, I mean, how is that?
Where?
So after knight takes bishop, pawn takes. So knight takes. I just wondered how dangerous. So instead of
Takes?
playing knight takes, no, instead of this, just capturing the knight with the h pawn.
Instead of knight c6.
Yeah, you know.
But knight e5, queen
Knight
h5,
e5.
queen h5, queen f6.
No, I was thinking rook takes pawn. But okay, of
But
course, if
after
the knight
the,
after the
g4
knight
is
gets to
possible.
knight gets to e5, then
Okay,
it's the
this to
defenses.
start with.
Mhm.
And then I block on g4,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that doesn't work at
Yeah,
all.
this is kind of over-optimistic, I think. It is possible maybe to take on c6
Yes.
first, after that to go knight e5, and
Okay.
let's try your idea to go rook h6, but I'm missing my bishop, you know?
Yeah, you can kind of also go g4.
Well, I can go g4, yeah.
And like you say, I'm missing everything. You know, I need
Missing
my king to
something, yeah.
be queen, castle
Yeah.
queen side, and
So after knight h5, probably this is what he's thinking right now, whether can he go knight h5 and knight f4, or he should be bringing his other knight to f4. Yeah, knight h5 seems to be possible. So let's see what he has in mind. Actually, knight h5 is a completely reasonable move, I think.
okay. And what about it actually if you know, we work to the principles, and it's always like, you know, bishop takes knight.
Yeah,
you
that's,
work in this
I think,
in the
takes and
center
d4.
and d4. Yeah, I hit
Yeah.
upon that idea as well.
The question is here, you take with the knight,
Yeah,
or
that's
you
right.
just want to take with the knight?
Yep.
Yeah, knight f6.
Here you go back.
I want to attack the e4 knight, the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And white's king is not castled yet, so it's not so easy to develop.
No. And once again, if that knight were on d2 or something, then you can think about
you
playing
can
h4.
do something about it.
Yeah.
And put it there.
Yes, but I kind of feel that you know, black is a little bit slow.
Yeah, the pawn on g5 is not necessarily a positive
Yeah.
move in his position. So yeah, I think this is the move. If knight h5, white should be taking and d4. I have that feeling. So that's why. Yeah, I'm curious
Yeah.
how Aryan is going to continue knight h5, knight e7.
There's also, I've also seen on the Champions Chess Tour, lots of people playing king g7.
In this kind of position?
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, they were always
Well, it's
playing.
like giving the opportunity for the opponent to make a move. It's that
Yeah.
kind of move at first. King g7.
I've seen some ideas like this, like they're very creative on this time control, 15 minutes
But okay,
plus 10
king
seconds.
g7, tell me what kind of idea is
I have
behind
no
it.
idea.
Because I'm not sure the king is not simply standing worse on g7 than on on g8.
Well, I think the idea is that they kind of want to prepare at some stage. So maybe if you go, Okay, so what is white going to do? Knight e3 or something?
Knight e3 is a completely sensible move. And castle.
And then knight. No, I don't like knight king g7. I think knight. I don't know. Knight e7 seems to me quite.
Well, but then if you go knight e7, I think you should be going immediately.
Yeah. And so how did we run? How was this line again?
You know, sorry, but Alireza played rook e8.
Okay, so let's head over
But
there.
didn't we think that this is a blunder? Oh no, because after rook e1, knight c4 is possible. Maybe. That's the idea? What does he want to do on rook e1? Well, maybe after rook e1, knight c4. And let's say rook e8. Oops. Rook takes e8, knight takes e8, knight b5. Rook b5. Bishop c4. But I think black cannot take here because of bishop f7. Taking an exchange.
Okay,
Right?
that looks good. Okay, so let's go through this line systematically. So I think as soon as white gets the bishop pair, I think. Well, then you can still do the same thing. Bishop takes pawn.
No, because takes and rook f5.
Ah, rook f5.
Yeah, that's
Oops.
the tricks. That's the trick. So
That
bishop
is-
f7 is not possible, and I'm thinking that after bishop b3, black can try to go bishop e6, somehow liquidate the bishop pair. So white can go bishop a4, black goes knight d6 or knight f6, I don't know, I'm not sure, knight f6, and then he plans to go knight d5.
But I still feel white is better.
Well, white has the bishop pair, but the question is whether how actively he can manage. Because actually the bishop pair somehow looks strange right now. The white bishop should be standing on d3. So if, let's say, in this position it goes to d3, my problem was that black goes bishop f5.
And now the bishop attacks the...
And bishop e3, bishop d3. So this is just...
Yeah.
So, okay, this is the position after rook e1. But I think there is no other move, simply, than knight c4. Otherwise, there is some tactical issue. I think knight c4. So after knight c4, if bishop c7, then rook goes to b7. And what about now, knight b5? Probably it's not possible, or is it? Takes rook e1, rook e1, rook b5,
bishop
bishop
takes
c4, rook c5,
rook
rook d1,
d1, yeah.
rook d1.
Not easy, because if you play h6, and of course you just give check on d8 and then follow that up with bishop d3 check. And if you go g6, then the knight is loose.
Well, after g6, I give a check and bishop d6.
Yes, that's also convincing.
Yeah, to give a checkmate.
Checkmate
it's also
instead.
Fun, yeah. Yeah, it's important that after rook d1, if h6, then you have a check and bishop d3 first, and only after that to take
And
on.
you probably win quite a lot of material.
Yeah, so bishop d7 is possible, the only move. Bishop d7, bishop d8, takes, and this is a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a draw position. So what happens here? Okay, so let's go back. Bishop c7, rook b7, knight b5, takes, 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 rook c5. Well, it seems like a pretty forcing line, I must say. Though in this position, even knight d7. Okay, white can go bishop a6.
Nice.
There are tactics all over all the
And there,
time.
white's better, so white's probably winning that one.
Yeah. So bishop, what did we see? Bishop d7, no? Bishop d7 seems to be the drawing line.
Yeah. Okay, so let's. Are there any other moves? So let's go before. Let's go to this.
So now this is the position.
Okay, so knight c5 looks forced. c4, sorry.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Nepo is really thinking.
Okay, but maybe we have bishop takes pawn.
Immediately,
Yeah.
yeah, this is what we played. Bishop c7, rook b7.
Rook b7, and
Yeah.
now.
Well, if white goes back with the bishop to g3, I think black has many different options. Knight d2 is possible, but also bishop e6 simply, and the bishop pair having this bishop on b3 is not
Not all
worth
that.
too much.
Yeah.
So in these kind of positions,
but
bishop
here-
pair is not much.
Yeah. I got a bit excited there, but it doesn't work. Okay, so I agree with that assessment. So the time. So maybe don't take the pawn actually with the bishop. Maybe it's
Yeah,
to
but
do
white
something
has
else.
to take something, right? Either the c7 pawn or the
What about if you play
d5?
if you play fancy moves like knight to d5?
Sorry?
Fancy moves like knight d5.
Knight d5?
Yeah.
Ah.
So I just kind of.
Knight d5. Well, let's say just the simple way, just takes on e1. I
Yeah.
don't know if you take or knight f6, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Let's say bishop e6
Knight takes knight.
or knight c7.
Oh, knight c7. Yeah. Let's keep the bishop pair.
No, now you have something. Though I'm not sure it's going to be an advantage. Even I go back bishop d7, the knight on c7 is not necessarily a huge. Well, you can go back knight d5.
I'll go back to knight d5 and
Yeah.
I try to be a little bit smug that I have the bishop pair and maybe a better pawn structure.
Okay, so knight d5. That's a nice try. Rook e1, rook e1. Well, bishop can go to d7, let's say. if you
And is
go-
is it worth going like knight takes knight
Yeah,
first,
takes,
and then
takes.
put the rook onto e7? I want to maximize that.
And you are probably maybe sometimes thinking to put your bishop on
Of
h6.
course. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, because after bishop e6, you're not going to waste your time with rook c7, or are you?
Well, I probably will in these situations, in endgames. I probably like, yeah.
You like pawns, right?
I
So
do
you're
like
just
pawns,
gonna take that.
but but at the same time, I kind of like this idea of keeping the king in his golden cage with putting the bishop on h6.
Yeah, and after rook d8, let's say you go bishop h6, right?
Yeah.
And keep the king in the cage.
Yes. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I think white.
Well, it's clearly white has a nice
Yeah.
position, kind of. So knight c4, knight d5. Knight d5, this is what you want to do. And still Nepo is thinking, right, in his previous move. So rook e1 is not done yet. But Nepo is still only spent 23 minutes, while Firouzja spent more than an hour until this point.
Yeah, yeah. This is probably an ideal opportunity to remind everyone that the players start the game with 1 hour and 20, no sorry, not 1 hour and 20 minutes, 2 hours, 2 hours, but no increment. And they only get 10-second increment after move 41. So I do feel the players need to be practical and they can't just use up all their time right now.
But if you think about it, time was not really an issue yesterday. So in the classical games, it was not really an issue. In the Armageddon, it was. But,
Yeah.
It was basically at the very end, that was the reason why Firouzja ruined his winning position against Magnus, right? So it was only there. In the classical game, it was not an issue in the first round.
But that's because, okay, so when we take the game between Aryan Tari and Rapport, yes, time wasn't an issue, but that was because Aryan just made a strategical blunder and he just handed his all the light squares over to Rapport.
But even in the other game between Alireza and Magnus,
but that's because the game got really sharp really early on.
Yes, but they could spend plenty of time, both of them. I mean, it was so sharp and it was so complicated.
Yeah.
And they did not spend so much time that it affected their play.
Right. So I'm just thinking of like one of these slow burners. So like, for instance, say you're Magnus Carlsen against Aryan Tari. It looks like a slow burner where action isn't necessarily happening right now. They're maneuvering, it's marking out their territory, and then suddenly by move 30, then you're going to see all the action kind of kick off.
It happens many times.
Yeah, and then time kind of becomes a big factor in those type of positions, and you don't want to be playing those really razor sharp positions with not so much time on the clock.
Yeah, but I think, as we discussed it yesterday, that the players are great in getting used to other circumstances, whether it's playing circumstances, it's the time limit circumstances, or whatever new challenges they get. Somehow they know that everybody else has the same challenges, right? So of course some adjust themselves easier than others. But still, they know that it's part of the game, and nowadays, of course, you have all kind of changes, whether it's online, offline, whether it's rapid blitz or classical or Armageddon after a draw. So I think they are okay with that, and it is also very important for a player not to be a time trouble player.
Yeah.
So this was always a huge issue for players. I remember when Anatoly Karpov was one of the biggest time trouble player, and when in the early 90s or mid 90s, I don't remember, no, late 90s I think, when it started to become the bonus time, like after every move you get certain amount of time. That's when I played my first match when against Boris Spassky in Budapest. And that was the first time when I played with this original digital clock, which was played between the rematch between Fischer and Spassky. And then with the same clock, we played a match in Budapest in '93. And that's where we played 1 hour, 20 minutes for each of us, Boris Spassky and myself. And every move, after every move, we had 30 seconds of bonus time. And it was so strange because it was impossible to get in time trouble for Boris. I was not a time trouble player at all at the time. And it was just, it was impossible. So this time control, when you have the additional time per move, not 1 second, not even 10, but 10 seconds already can be significant, then it means it gives a different game. And for those who are big time trouble players, it was life vest kind of thing, you know? And for Karpov, it was the case that suddenly his results were again better, I think. Because he couldn't go down in time so much that he's really in panic, right? And then I played with him in '98, and we had to play with the time control with fixed time because we had the TV coverage in Hungary. And that was awful for him because he always went down to seconds. So the time is a funny part of the game, and it comes up in different forms.
Yeah, but one thing that I am concerned about is that we're when it comes to classical chess, we are so used to getting that added time on move 40 that people just don't prepare themselves for the long haul. I've played in a few tournaments where it's been no added time on move 40, and that has been very, very stressful because, you know, you have to play the last portion of the game seconds left on the clock.
Well,
and I've lost positions which I would never
there
ever
were
have lost.
cases because of these kind of changes that some of the players were waiting the extra time and they lost on time practically because of this.
This has happened before.
Yeah. So it's at some part, I remember in 1 year I played, I don't know, 9 tournaments with 13 time controls or something.
Yeah.
And you have to have your mindset correctly, that you know which part of the game, which kind of time control, and how you have to switch your mindset that, okay, now it's blitz.
Yeah.
Within a classical game.
Yes. But meanwhile, going back to the games, we see that Nepomniachtchi did play rook a e1, attacking the knight. And shall we check on Sergei Karyakin against Richard Rapport? Because that one looked really sharp.
We have a move, instead of d5 and all kind of moves we were looking at, he went knight d6. And actually this d6 square is very important.
Yes.
And it happens only in this Paulsen kind of positions where you have the pawn on e6 and the pawn is kept still on d7. So one important thing which is very practical, that you have the diagonal for the bishop, but the other one, which is very rarely happens, that you can take use of this square for the knight. But when it's good, then it's extremely satisfying for black to have. He wants to put his knight to f5.
Yeah, right. This is the question, because I was looking at the most obvious move, knight h5, but unfortunately, knight f5, spanner in the works.
Yeah, knight d6 is giving back the pawn, for example, on b4, but then I think black has a great position, capturing on g2, and after that he goes knight c4. So it's either to f5 or c4. C4 can be also a fantastic location for the knight.
And here, I mean, if you do step back with the queen to c3, just to kind of pin. In English, we have this expression, pin and win. We like it a lot.
Well, but this is not the case here.
But beware, there's always exceptions.
I don't know if rook b8 is possible. And
this rook on g2 leaves a strange impression. Yeah.
Well, probably after this. I mean, even check and queen e5 can be an option.
Okay.
Though I don't know. I'm not sure. So after rook
because
g2,
there you can actually throw
also
in some
knight
tactics.
f5 is reasonable.
Yeah, knight f5
queen
looks
e4, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e4.
Okay, we do have a
knight
move.
d5.
Queen takes pawn on the board.
Yeah, well, probably there was no other option actually, because if white allows black to go knight f5, then it's just a fantastic position for black. So now the question is whether to take on g2 or even rook b8 might be an option. But I would think that he's going to be capturing on g2. After take on g2 takes, queen rook b8 can be a move to start with. But also knight c4 I like, because after queen c3, you know, I go rook c8.
But what about, yes.
Rook c8 can be a useful move. And I don't know if bishop d4.
No, but bishop d4, queen takes knight.
Queen f4, yeah. You
Check.
cannot go, of course.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
There is, I was going to say knight h4, 5, but that doesn't do a thing. So that's not good.
No, knight h5 is kind of paralyzing the possibility for black to develop.
But you can just go knight takes bishop, right?
Yeah, I also
and take
think
the
that,
game to an endgame.
Yeah.
No danger.
And
I feel like
maybe h6.
Black has got good structure.
Actually, even maybe g6 is possible. Or rook c5. to the 5th rank.
To the 5th.
Yeah. So queen b4. But though I don't think there are too many options for black. Knight b5. What do you think about this strange move?
It wasn't on my radar.
Top 10.
Yes. I'm going
No,
to
of
go.
course, knight on c4. It belongs to c4. The only thing that white has to be moving back, and I don't know, taking and rook c8. Knight a3 is a threat. I mean, the rook on g2 stands a little bit bizarre.
Right.
It should be standing on e1, right?
Or g3.
G3, G1, wherever, yeah. But not
Anywhere,
on G2.
anywhere but
G2.
G2. And
Well, yeah, knight on b5 is not the dream square. Let's put it that way.
but maybe the queen shouldn't go to d2. Maybe she can go
But
to
then you can-
a4.
If you go to a4, after queen a4, I think black can go maybe bishop d6. It's a very strange on the knight on b5. I don't know if I like it or not.
But okay, then maybe bishop takes bishop happens on that. And after
Maybe I
queen
should have
takes,
taken
and then
bishop
knight goes to
d6.
h.
Knight
goes
to
to,
h5.
and if you're probably going to step with your king because I keep overlooking those king moves, or maybe you're going to move your bishop. Bishop to e4.
Yeah, bishop e5, f4.
One thing you shouldn't do is castle. I think if you castle,
Queen f3. You don't like castling?
no,
with black, yeah.
castling I think invites
But
knight
maybe,
f.
yeah, maybe takes here first to bring your
Okay.
rook there and bishop d6.
Okay, it's still the same idea of
Still knight h5.
knight h5.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, queen b4. Queen b4. And we have a move on the board, bishop g2. Bishop g2, knight g2. Rook g2. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I would be surprised if it were anything else.
Yeah, knight g2 would be a big surprise for all of us.
Well, maybe there's no argument for going bishop b6, but I think
No.
Just rook takes bishop. Shall we take a look at the Magnus Carlsen game against the
Yeah, we
Aryan
had
Tari?
a few moves there.
So he
like
did actually go knight h5.
He did decide to go knight h5, and Magnus did not take on c6 as we expected, then to play d4. But he was solidly playing, continuing his plan, which was of knight f1, which he played a few moves ago, like move 7. Finally, he reached to e3. And I'm curious what he has in mind after knight f4. Maybe he just...
Maybe just a castle. And
yeah, castle, because I think h4 cannot be done, right? Because bishop takes on e3 and knight g2.
So
Though I'm not sure about that. This looks very
this
dangerous
looks
for black.
so dangerous.
This looks...
This
I
looks
don't know
like
with
you're
this.
walking into
Yeah.
some kind of viper pit or something.
Though I don't know exactly how you win this. Probably bishop h4. I mean bishop h4 and queen h5.
Queen h5, rook goes
Yeah,
to
yeah.
g1.
So maybe h4 then. Because
Yeah.
if g4...
Yeah, g4, then you have to step back with the knight.
Let's say here... h5.
Yep. maybe now knight, no. I always like to undermine things, but it doesn't quite work. I'm always looking for... either.
But it's interesting that black is hesitating how to continue after knight h5. Queen f6 is possible, also an alternative, for example. And actually Sergei took with the knight on g2.
No way.
We have knight g2 on the board.
Was this, it actually was the top computer recommendation. Well,
Yeah.
What do you know, Judith? What do we know? Yeah, wow, okay.
Well,
That's,
this is an unexpected turn.
yeah.
Well, the idea is actually to play bishop f4 potentially.
Okay, yeah.
So it makes some sense. And if you think about it, after rook g2, we never liked that rook on g2, and it had to
That's
be moving
true.
back.
It
But
just-
still,
It seemed a bit strange just to return the knight from such a lovely
Still.
attacking square. And, okay.
but it's
But
still,
what
it's,
is-
it's very hard to imagine that this can be good for white.
No, I really don't see it. I just think that after moves like rook c8,
Yeah, rook c8 is tempting. Then knight f5 is also something
yeah, knight
great
f5 is
location
nice.
for this knight.
Yeah, I feel like Richard doesn't have too much of a problem here.
I don't think he's upset about his position.
No, it's looking good. I also feel that with his pawn structure, it's just it will be good in the endgame, controlling a lot of central squares, and
Yeah.
I can see a situation where he will
Actually,
stand
talking
better.
about endgames, what about bishop queen c4?
Ooh,
Actually, this was an option after rook g2 as well. This can be a very unpleasant thing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe takes, and bishop d4, not to allow it to develop for black.
but is that such a big deal? You know, just
h6,
yeah. You know, one
b3.
of my team captains, John Spillman, he always laughed at me. He said, Yovi, if I had to sum up your openings with the black pieces, it's all about light square strategy.
Oh.
So I'm here, I'm looking at this position, and I'm itching to put a pawn on d5.
So we see on the screen, Tari is deeply in his thoughts, very heavily. After rook e1, Nepo is having his position after rook e1, and Firouzja again, he's thinking another 20 minutes already, or roughly 20 minutes, at least 15 minutes he spent already.
But there does seem to be, hang on, let me just check on that Firouzja game, because I'm curious as to whether he just has one path to tread. Because we were just looking at knight c4. Okay, he has some other options. Knight c6 is another move that's possible. Anything else
Yeah,
will
but
just
after
be
knight
horrible.
c6, I wonder, this is not possible. Rook e8 takes, take bishop f7, takes, take on c7, king g8, take on b8, takes and knight b5. This is probably not enough for white. But okay, there are two passed pawns,
Yeah, it's two passed pawns.
and on bishop a6 I would be going.
Ooh.
No, but that's not good. So bishop a6 is. My plan was to go here and to go rook a8, so I win the piece. But knight a6.
Knight a6 kind of keeps them alive. But then you can kind
Knight
of
a6.
you can carry it on with like c4, but
Yeah, but then
you
I'm
go-
losing already. a pawn,
Exactly.
So that was not my idea. And if after knight b5, bishop a6, it's just completely saving the game.
Okay,
For
so,
black.
but okay, that position seems to me to be quite okay for white, because my understanding, my kind of like general rule of thumb is that in endgames, the rook is much better than two pieces.
If you have extra pawns.
If you
also
have
on the
extra
other
sides
side.
on both sides of the board, so
Yes.
the rook is just
Yeah.
so much more flexible.
Yeah. I had some games like that and I won. Long time ago. So what about knight d5 in this position? Knight d5.
But I think that line that you showed looked quite good. So
For who?
for white, rook takes,
Takes.
bishop takes, f7. I kind of liked it.
And what was your idea after this?
c4,
Um,
simple chess.
yeah, c4 is possible. I don't know if against the two knights it will be enough.
But we have fun trying.
For example, there is a funny fortress here. If black goes knight d7, and my idea would be, this is not the best move I think, but my idea would go here and to have the fortress with knight d7. Look, there is no breaking point with the king. Though I'm not sure it's not going to be some zugzwang, so you come with the king somewhere.
Exactly. The
And
king
then
can.
you push your pawns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not so easy to break. So knight c4 is on the board.
Okay.
And
this one was
Firouzja
the most-
stands up from the board.
Is he going to go to the confessional?
No, I think the arbiter should be reminding them before the game. Because sometimes I think players are just so busy that they forget it also.
Yeah, that's true. But you do have to remember there is some incentive for them to go into the confessional booth. There is a prize for the best
Yeah.
confession. And you know, chess players are very competitive creatures. I have no.
I tend to know them a bit. So it is interesting that really Firouzja was spending so much time, 1 hour and 23 minutes up to this point, which should be in his notes, actually. It should be standing in his notes.
But it's like you said, you know, there's so many variations, there's so many things to
Yeah, but this is a
know.
pretty forced line.
That's
So
true.
actually
That's true.
And there's
actually.
not so much of a deviation here.
That is completely right. I do remember I was criticized by another top female player who kind of looked at me because I lost very badly in one of the sharpest lines in the Cairo, and she's like looking at me and she goes, well, how could you not know your variations here? This is aggressive forcing stuff. If you're going to choose something to memorize, you focus on this. And I was like, yes, I will do better. But it's actually a good tip, actually. When it comes to quiet positions, know your plans, know where you get your pawn structure, but sharp things, sorry, you have to put in the effort.
I remember when Vichy played a game in Dos Hermanos, I don't know which year it was. I think it was Dos Hermanos or Linares it was. And then it was a very complicated game. He sacrificed some things. And then I told him, well, how did you manage to play this? It looks so scary, this game. He says, well, if you work on it enough, it's not scary anymore because you know you're under control with that, and it's okay. And this is true also if you go into sharp things. If you analyze it enough, then you have this comfort that you know what's going on, and then you build your self-confidence to be able to play those sharp lines as well.
Yeah. My problem with that kind of approach is that it's good for people who are 2700 plus, who put in all the effort, whose job is to study chess full time. Because I remember Anand, I especially remember some games of his in the London Classic, where he was it just looked like his position was in tatters. I mean, it looked so scary. His king was out there doing a run. And he navigated the draw, and that was fine. And he said, yeah, I had it all worked out.
Yeah.
But for Joe Bloggs, don't touch.
Yeah.
You know,
No, of course,
it's like, be practical.
Yeah, I mean, you can have it as a professional, a different kind of opening repertoire than, let's say, even for a player who doesn't have time to work on that. So this is also why it's important, try to look for an opening where you feel comfortable and it fits your style and your working regime, or kind of that how much time you can spend, especially now that in every hour you get more and more games to be updated in your in your notes, so that makes it also more difficult.
Right, definitely. It was a dream of mine many years ago to kind of write the lazy person's guide to chess, but then there was so much material. I thought this person, I cannot cannot even think about writing this book. So yeah. Okay, so
so only Sergei is not at his board, and he's probably walking around, waiting for Rapport to make his move.
And we
Maybe
don't.
we should make a short break until
Yes,
the players are thinking.
I think the players are going into the tank and thinking about the continuation, so this is a perfect time for a break. So we'll take a pause and see you shortly.
skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later.
Welcome back, and it looks like all the action is happening as we resume the games in day 2 of the 9th edition of Norway Chess, and we're probably going to dive straight into Magnus Carlsen against Aryan Tari, because whilst we want a break, it looks like things got a little bit hot.
Well, we stopped right here after knight e3, and it was a question that whether Aryan wants to go knight f4, or we were also considering for a moment queen f6. And queen f6 was the move, which after Magnus finally decided that he's prepared to break up in the center, and took on c6, and after b takes c6, played d4. And right now, of course, for black has to make a decision, either to take on g3, and in that case, after h takes g3, he would be able not to capture on d4 and go away with his bishop. But this is something that he did not want to do, and he captured on d4.
Makes sense, because when the king is in the open, you want to accelerate the play.
Yeah, and after knight d4, he also decided to capture it with the bishop on d4. So now it's white's choice, whether is he going to play c takes d4, keeping the attack over the h5 knight, and probably black will continue to play knight f4. White castles. To be honest, I like the position pretty much for white. I'm quite okay. The question is whether can black go h5 and try to push also h4.
Okay, so let's...
And then d5 is possible. So this is a question. Also, instead of castle, maybe h4 is something to consider, because knight on e3 stands very well. Defends the g2, also sometimes wants to go forward, but of course the bishop on e6 also stands very well. So it's controlling the very important f5 square, because after, when you play g5 with black, then you have to make sure that the f5 square is under control.
And there are some concrete threats in the position. For instance, say black is a little bit careless and just goes, yeah, I'm going to put my rook on an open line, rook a b8. Then maybe white has some ideas of actually capturing on g5. And after pawn takes, just thinking bishop takes knight would be...
Yeah, but I think also there is another option for white, and that's what Magnus is hesitating about. Whether to play queen takes d4, looking for an exchange of queens, and after that to have his rook to be on the c file, though I'm not sure it's going to be so good, because rook b8 immediately, or even rook fb8.
I'm thinking rook fb8, because then you can meet b3 with a4.
Yeah. Yeah, this is possible.
Okay, he's made a move. Just seen from the camera.
And he went c takes d4. Yeah. Well, it's more logical to go c takes d4, actually. Now knight f4 is a must, I believe. Knight f4, also queen g6 actually can be considered, maybe. Maybe it can be a move. But anyway, the knight should be on f4 later.
Yeah.
So I see no reason why knight f4 should not be the move. Let's see. Knight f4 is on the board.
Yep. Quick decision from Aryan. Okay, and castles looks to be...
Well, castle is the option, h4 is another option, and rook c1 also. Because after castle is h5, which bothers me. It can be annoying.
Yeah, and I was just wondering what's the consequences after moves like d5.
I think after d5, first of all, black can just simply take it. And after takes, bishop goes back, the b2 pawn is attacked. The knight on e3 is not such a big deal.
That's true, but I mean, I was more thinking of the white rook on a1, moving to c1, and then lifting off.
Yeah, but I think by now black can just play h4 and take it.
Rook takes pawn.
Well, queen d8.
That's unfortunate.
So I don't know. I don't know
knight
if
jumping into
he wants to
f5.
go castle or h4 or something.
Okay,
something else.
let's analyze the most critical one. So h4. Maybe rook. What would be in the style of Magnus? Maybe rook c1 first. Would be Magnus's style to improve a piece.
Actually, after rook c1, bishop a2 is possible.
Yes.
Rook c6.
Wasn't on my radar, but yes.
But of course, after moving the bishop, the f5 square is
Yeah, and
weak.
also you're kind of at the risk of white going d5 at the right time, locking the bishop out, and then, like you say, jumping in with the knight to f5. And
Yeah, but maybe what about rook e8 here? Let's say rook e8. After rook c1, for example, queen g6 can be very unpleasant also. Immediately asking you, what are you going to do against my attack on the e4 pawn?
I'm going to ignore it and play d5. No, I cannot.
No,
I cannot do it because of the knight goes to
because
d3.
knight to d3.
Yep,
This is an issue.
that is certainly an issue. So,
Well,
Can't go for that.
f3.
but then you kind of have to wonder whether
Even black can try to go d5.
d5, yes, and then. Okay, but maybe now rook takes pawn is.
Rook takes pawn takes pawn, d5. Rook d8. And it's getting more and more complicated.
Yeah, very messy.
Yeah, this is extremely messy. So
Yeah, okay, so.
actually, white should also be careful because white has no castle yet, and now, for example, but actually, even castle I don't like. I think after castle, black can really go even rook b8, and after even with this one, rook b4. Okay, white has knight c2, but I don't see why black should have a bad position here. I start to like Aryan's position. I didn't like it for some time so much, but now I'm getting more and more enthusiastic about his position. I'm really seeing now there are a lot of opportunities for black to go queen g6, to go rook b8, rook b4. Even sometimes h5, h4. So it's not so easy for white, I believe.
Okay, so let's, because these complicated positions, you need to be really concrete about it and really kind of structured in your thinking.
Yeah, it becomes pretty concrete.
Yeah.
Actually, after
So
castle,
castles.
queen d4 is possible, by the way. Just
so we know, yeah, of course, because the queen takes queen, knight e2 check.
yeah, just to make sure to understand that castle is probably not possible.
No, castles is not
for
possible
tactical
then.
reasons already. h4. h4, but after h4, queen
Queen
g6.
g6. Okay, so now what about pawn takes pawn? Let's open a line. And now
And now what?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, and now what?
And now just f3, live with the king on the center. Although I am worried.
Okay, f3, and black goes rook b8. You go b3.
b3, yes.
I would just go a4.
Yes. I was worried.
And I
that
guess
you would do that.
you're not going to take it, but what to do, right? I mean, this knight on f4 is unpleasant, and black, and if white wants to capture, it's not a good version for white. So somehow it seems a pretty good position for black.
Okay, so h4.
h4. So I don't
H4.
know. I don't know actually to play queen g6 or rook b8 first. I'm
Okay,
just
so
hesitating. Maybe I just go rook b8.
Okay, I still think
I
it's a
just
good
go
idea to go
b8.
pawn takes pawn.
Okay, takes. So I'm going to be more and more
how
concrete with
how
black.
is bishop takes knight working? So
I'm just taking.
and then queen goes to h5. Woohoo! Checkmate on the board. But you,
Well,
you
from
run
this
away.
point of view, rook fb8 was a better try.
Okay, and now the knight jumps to
2,
g4. I am trying.
queen g7.
Yeah, and check. You know, they say
Sorry?
check, knight h6 check.
And then king f8, and white is going to be in big trouble, I think. Only 3 pawns under attack. Only 3 pawns and then rook on e8, which is not very funny from my perspective, right?
Okay, so this is kind of gone a little bit wrong. So you can't play in such a caveman-like manner.
Okay, but
So-
actually, what about playing rook fb8 after all? Just in case, so I make space for my king after all kind of exchanges, what you did, right? Takes.
Okay.
And after b3, I just go
But
a4.
what about instead of no, there's a problem. So if I wanted to step forward with the queen to d2, but that would be a disaster
b2.
after rook takes b2. So that's not possible. So okay, you can't keep control. Maybe h4 is wrong then. Maybe he needs
Yes,
to
but
take.
castle is not possible, right?
Maybe he has to take the time to go rook c1 then.
Yeah, but after rook c1, I think black is going to play rook b8, actually. I go rook b8 simply.
Okay. And how is the situation after rook takes the pawn?
Rook takes pawn, rook b2. And this is when the enemy is rook on the second rank. This is not funny.
Yeah. It's not good. No, okay, so you can't go rook takes pawn.
And
so
after d5, black just goes bishop d7, bishop b5,
five and
and suddenly game is over. So
Yeah.
things can speed up here with the not for white's favor.
okay. Understood.
And I think it's also a position for Tari, actually. It's his type of position, that it's more tactical, not so much positional. And this is a very huge achievement that white cannot castle because of queen d4.
Okay.
That's when I started to understand that white can get in trouble.
And
Because
what
white has less and less real
Yes.
options.
And what about if I have one final move, which is to go d5?
d5, yeah, but after d5 we discussed this, that
Pawn
it takes, black goes away, bishop d7. First of all, don't forget bishop b5 is
So now
just,
castles is forced.
yeah, now castle, and can't I just take this?
Yes. Absolutely. And I'm hoping that is bishop takes knight something.
Bishop takes, knight takes, you have to move with your knight somewhere, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think the knight can go to the king's side. It looks slightly awkward.
Well, simply black goes here,
Yeah, exactly.
or h5 maybe even better.
So I think white has to switch to kind of more positional means, you know, put the knight on.
Yeah, but white has a pawn down, you know?
Yeah, but it's not the nicest of
I'm
pawns.
not saying
Yeah.
he's lost. I'm saying it's a pawn down, and it's only black who is playing for a win. Because it's a fact that black has a bad king structure. At the same time, it's just safe, because the bishop on d7 is just controlling the most important squares.
Okay, so so let's think, and what kind of move can white play? That's a little bit safe, steady the boat. Because castles, we've kind of already discussed, doesn't quite work to queen takes pawn. Rook b8 is coming, lines will get open, the white king is a little bit vulnerable. Well, a little bit vulnerable, I'm using that in the British term, which means very shaky. What other kind of moves can...
I think the position is white is in trouble.
Okay, finally there's knight. What about no? What about a move like knight to g4?
Well, after knight g4, I think black can just capture. Takes, and takes on d4. First try. Second try, not in queen d4, but just play knight d3 check.
Yeah.
And after here, queen d4 or knight b2 or...
Yep. Bad. Okay, so we haven't found a single satisfactory idea for white.
I mean, okay, after queen d4, you can go castle.
Castles.
But I will take queen e4 too. 2 pawns up. So I think, I'm sorry to say, but I think white should be really looking for equalizing in this position.
Yes,
Because black has a advantage in development. Black castled, black has a very active knight on f4, and white is not able to castle.
Okay.
So this is the big issue.
Okay. So we tried, well, I've tried. So I've tried queen d2, didn't work. Knight to g4 didn't work.
Bishop f4,
Rook c1
castle.
didn't work. Rear castle doesn't work. So what about bishop takes knight? Since that knight seems to be a bit of a nuisance.
Didn't we talk about that?
I'm not sure we did.
No, okay, takes back.
And now the knight has to move.
Yes, but
Somewhere.
you go here, queen g5,
And then h.
and then h3, h5.
Yep. Yep. That doesn't seem to. Well, hang on a second. Maybe this one can work a little bit. So f3 instead of h3.
Yeah, but still, it's black who is going to be playing for
Yeah, I
more.
think that's not a question.
Yeah.
I certainly think that white is in repair mode. The question is how to do it. I mean, so far you've just
I never
swatted
heard
away
that
all-
expression in repair mode, but yeah, this is probably the case here.
right.
Takes, check, and then
No,
rook
okay,
e8 and
this-
stuff.
No, I mean,
So
you've swatted away all my attempts at trying to hold the white position quite efficiently. So
yeah, but you know, it's very strange because it didn't look so bad at first. So let's take a castle, h4, there are different options, white has a nice position.
Okay.
And the more we look at it, the
then it might actually
the
be that
worse
white
it
has
gets.
to sacrifice a pawn.
Well,
just
somehow,
just castle.
but castle is not possible to sacrifice the pawn.
And queen takes pawn, and then queen c2, and
Yeah, but this is really a pawn down. This is just simply a
and
pawn
after
down.
bishop takes knight. Or can you
It's still
try
a
to
pawn
argue
down.
a little bit?
No, because black has even a completely fine pawn structure.
But maybe maybe there's some life here because rook to d1 and then knight to d5.
What can I say? It's life without the pawn.
Yes.
Actually, I can also go back here with queen g7. I
Okay, I'm going to cheat here and tell you.
think. You try to fight against me.
Okay,
I'm
hang
a
on.
pessimist here for white.
Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you the computer's top suggestion.
And I'm
and that's
also
to play-
frustrated that with white I don't like it so much.
No, well, I can tell you the computer's top suggestion is actually to play h4.
h4.
Which we
That's-
looked
yeah,
at.
This is kind of obvious that this has to be the move.
Yeah.
Rook
And now
FB8.
rook fb8, which also a top computer suggestion. Pawn takes pawn, so far so good.
Yeah,
And
how to save the game.
and now it says d5, which we looked at, didn't we? I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
we
okay,
did.
d5 takes.
Yeah. And
What, bishop f4 now? Or what?
and now it's saying after pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes knight now.
Yeah, this is what I thought. Okay, but you see,
we
but
saw
it's the-
this,
Okay,
actually.
but these are the kind of the only moves for white to try to save himself, or what? G takes f4, knight d5.
Okay, so this is the key thing. You have to flick in every single idea I tried, and you have to do it all at once. Because I was trying d5 and then not doing
But
bishop
why?
takes
Is this equalizing, or what is it?
knight.
Knight d5?
Knight takes d5, and now it says after queen e5, which you've done, and then it's saying, put your king on f1. I mean,
King F1. Not even castle.
yeah, or hang on, castles. Castles is there. No, but I mean, even this is survival mode.
Yeah, I mean, okay, black is fine, right? Black has
No,
more
black
opportunities.
has the advantage here.
Yeah. Unpleasant news. This is really bad when you think you have a good position,
Yeah.
and then you start looking your position. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Am I not better? Okay, so it's equal. Then you look and look and look, and you're on the downhill in the evaluation. And then you say, oh my God, I have to fight for a draw.
Yeah. And
This is not funny.
Okay, so this is why Magnus is now burning time on his clock. He really needs to find a good way how to defend. And as we saw, it's not easy at all. Shall we have a look
Yeah,
at...
I think white has to be simply extremely precise, and then he should be okay balancing it out. But from
I
under.
don't know, the lines that the computers kind of suggested felt very shaky. I don't think humans would be tempted to go into that line.
Yeah, more and more unpleasant parts. Let's see the other games. What do you think?
So let's have a look. Shall we go and visit Nepomniachtchi's game against Firouzja? Because it's been a long time since
I pick that game, and until some time they continued the lines which we were checking. So after rook e1, after some time, knight c4 was decided by Firouzja, and bishop takes c7, rook e1, rook e1, rook b7. And I think here we were looking knight b5,
That's
but
right.
in the game rook d1 happened. So with taking advantage and pinpointing the background options, bishop d7, blocking the rook. And now bishop d8. Wants to ruin black's pawn structure by playing bishop takes f6. Knight g4, activating his knight. And this is the position right now. So by the way, why not, what was the problem for black if he takes this? It was not possible because of rook g1, rook b1, and if the knight goes back, it's a pin.
Yep.
So this is why I'm always telling that everybody should be very much paying attention if you have a not protected piece.
Yes.
This is exactly a case here also. That's why black cannot capture the pawn, and he went away with his knight to g4. So because of this c4 knight, white's pair of bishop and the white square bishop is not really powerful. And the b2 pawn is under attack sometimes. Well, for now, still not attacked, but once the bishop, let's say bishop c6 is played or something, and the rook is going to be defended, after that already the b2 will be hanging and possible to take.
I wondered whether now is the time to kind of just go knight e4. I feel like white shouldn't bother defending the b2 pawn.
Well, not yet, but what about bishop c6? Because you cannot go knight d6. This would be a nice way of exchanging. If these knights could be exchanged, then white is better. But it's not so simple to...
I was thinking knight c5.
Knight c5, rook b8. And then knight is also getting closer, so the bishop on the diagonal stands excellent.
What move did we have? Oh, look at that, knight e4.
Knight e4 is on the board. So what white has in mind after bishop c6?
And what other candidate moves are there? I mean, you could be flashy and play bishop c7, you know.
But after bishop c7, I get the point.
But
So
okay, I think that's
h6.
just a cheap shot because I have two pieces on prise. So
Yeah, it's actually white is getting in trouble.
yeah,
I think the game is completely balanced. If I have to pick a result, it will be a draw.
oh, and then we'll see Armageddon.
Yeah,
And
which I'm not sure the players are too unhappy. I think Nepo is also, he's a great blitz player, great fast player, and not to talk about Firouzja, he's playing so much blitz and so many games. I think he's not afraid of that at all.
and in your experience, with this unusual time control of 10 minutes for the white pieces, 7 minutes for the black pieces, and this 1 second increment starting from move 41, who is the favorite, white or black?
I think if you have a good opening preparation and you can have a good opening, I think it favors white.
Okay.
But it depends also against who, because there are players who are not so fast and they're busy with the opening part of the game, while I think in Firouzja's case, I don't know, because he plays of course very strong with the white pieces also, but I don't know which one I would take, let's say, if I would choose. I don't know the players which side they would be choosing if they have a choice.
Yeah.
I think it would be pretty balanced, because some players think that 3 minutes extra worth more than the draw.
Yeah.
part.
Okay.
So I think it's pretty balanced. It's not so clear, and that's what, of course, the organizers try to balance, that it's not obvious, right?
Yeah.
So that was also the goal, to have this. But 3 minutes can be a lot.
Yeah, 3 minutes is a lot.
Is a lot, but yesterday we saw that Firouzja had the problem with time
Yes.
at the end.
I know.
Well, okay, Magnus also had problem with time, but his position was a much bigger problem.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I've just seen that one game, so I wasn't quite sure, like, who's...
Well,
who
I think
does this favor? I
we
mean,
have
with the
great
5
chance
minutes
to
for-
see more of this
Yeah.
in
But,
this game.
but we should really kind of check out the game between
Sergei Karyakin, yeah?
Karyakin against Richard, because
That is
according
getting
to the bar, it
extremely
looks like
very good
Richard
for
is
black.
doing very, very well.
He's like in the mood to attack, and nobody's stopping him, it seems. So when we stopped, it was knight g2, which I don't like, knight g2.
No.
I don't like knight g2. Rook b8, I
Yeah.
like. Queen a4, a5, I like that move very much, because black is preparing his rook move to chase the queen, so the white queen can get in trouble. This is white. White played bishop d2 is again not a very good sign for white, when white has to be moving back with his pieces. When you're thinking about the Sicilian, this is not exactly what you have in mind from
No.
white side, that you have your pieces, well, especially the g2 knight, and the only piece you have after the second row is your queen. It's not a good sign.
No.
Okay, let's agree on that. That I can only suggest everybody to. If you play Sicilian with white, try to have your pieces as active possible. Okay. Also, the bishop should be standing on e3, so it really means that something went wrong for white. Knight c4, incredibly active move, and this is where this knight belongs. The f5, we agreed that that was another great square, but now that the b2 is attacked, oh my, white
Yeah.
is. Whew.
And everything is coming with tempo, so now the bishop came to c3, and I can see that Richard just put his bishop on b4, and
So let's see if we are very greedy and take on g7. What Rapport has in mind in this position?
okay, so
Because surely he has some very
Some
nasty
idea.
idea. What do you think about taking on b2?
okay, bishop takes,
And I don't know, bishop c3. No, I think it's too
bishop
much.
takes bishop,
And
then
queen
queen
d7,
takes
yeah?
d7, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is exaggerating. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Got overreacted on things.
And if you just attack the bishop,
Yeah, rook g8, but let's say just bishop,
bishop
f6.
f6, and now
E5 to
shut the bishop
block.
out, yeah.
But I don't like these kind of bishops when it's on f6. That's, I mean, still, I'm not sure what is the threat. Knight b2, black wants to do, right? Okay, so What about going rook d5? Knight b6, right?
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure this is a big deal.
Can you not go rook takes pawn?
Sorry?
After knight b6, you do have rook takes pawn check. Or doesn't it
Rook
work?
takes pawn.
Check. Because I was hoping
Where?
No, it doesn't work. Huh? No, instead of because I was thinking queen takes rook, you
instead of
attack.
queen b5,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but I know you can get away with it because bishop takes. But hang on a second.
So even this is good for white to give a check. So okay, rook d5.
Okay. Now somehow
Yeah,
I feel
so
that this is not
d5.
Richard's style to kind of go e5.
No. After
So
bishop g7, he
There's
has some nasty
something
thing.
Okay.
He has some nasty
Something here.
things in mind.
Yes.
Let's see what he wants to do.
Could it be? Okay, first of all, you play rook to g8, so the bishop moves, and now
Maybe
some
h6.
checks. Oh, okay, yeah.
What check?
I was thinking bishop d2 check,
But then takes.
and then knight takes, and then I was thinking queen takes h2 at the end of it.
Queen f4.
And there's also queen a3 also checking.
Queen a3,
Queen a3,
yeah.
queen f4.
No, he
To-
must have some kind of e5 or something to cut the bishop's defense. Very strange. What? It's annoying. It is annoying that I don't see what he has in mind. What's the idea? So what about just playing rook g8, bishop f6, and rook g6?
I have another idea, Judith.
Which one?
I like your rook g6 move, but basically I was thinking bishop e7.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, the main idea is somehow to get rid of
Get
that
rid
bishop.
of that bishop, yeah. And
Takes, king takes.
yeah. And just kind of say to, but then there, I guess, is there
No,
an
this
answer
can
to?
be-
Oh, hang on a second. There's an answer to to b3 because the rook comes down to
Well, traps
b4,
the queen.
traps the queen.
Yeah. It does trap the queen. Bishop e7.
Oh, hang on a second. So if the queen is trapped, maybe this is the key. Maybe you just to kind of when the bishop attacks the rook.
Actually, bishop d2, rook b4.
Yeah, bishop d2, rook b4.
Ah,
Oh, I kind of.
simple as that.
Oh, I can see our producer clapping at us. We got that, Judith.
We were slow. We just had the feeling that there should be something. And no, actually, I got suspicious the fact, seeing on the monitor, that Karyakin is thinking very heavily. You can see that he has some issues, some problems, and Rapport is not at the board. So this was kind of a sign. So actually white is in huge trouble, it means.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar does agree. It
Is
says
black winning already?
Yeah, it says almost -2 for black. Black is much, much better. And
Yeah, there are these expressions coming in with years, that is simply a new generation, new expressions. I remember first time I heard this when, I think it was Rajabov and somehow talking, yeah, it's +3. I mean, before we were not saying +3. We were saying on our results +3, not on the evaluation of a position. It says, yeah, +3. And then now you tell me +2.
Yeah.
This old person still remembering white is a little bit better. White is winning, you know?
Yeah.
Still, we didn't
But this
have.
is-
And before,
Yeah.
in the old times, in the 18th century, they said mate in 6.
And now if you say mate in 6, they go, well, someone is using an engine.
You remember that
Yeah, yeah.
there was someone actually.
Yeah, who announced like mate
Yes.
in 8 or
Yeah,
something.
in a position where there is no chess player could find mate in 8.
I remember that. And he didn't show up to the next game.
Well, I can understand.
Because his wife was giving birth. Yeah,
Probably the guy was so enthusiastic that he knows. Actually, he was. I think he specifically did it because he wanted to do it the old manner.
yeah.
Mate in 8.
Mate in 8, yes.
He didn't understand at first that this.
The old games were quite fun, but they must have been like a different time, like concept, because
Yeah.
they used to last for ages. Yeah. Like a short game was considered 8 hours. Gosh, can you imagine that? But yeah, so we got there, Judit. I think we did it. We found out why Richard is much better.
Well,
Well.
Sergei is in trouble. Okay, but come on. After knight g2,
Yeah.
just for everybody to understand, when you have to go knight g2 in this position,
Yeah.
and basically 3 moves and he's crushed, right? Rook b8, excellent move. I don't know if white had to be. No, because they're key squares which are not controlled by white. This is the problem. In the Sicilian, rook has to be on b8 on the open file or on the c file. And this c4. This is the key in this position.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually,
Maybe
when
here he had to go queen f4, you know.
to kind of keep his pieces a little bit more active.
Not only
yeah.
that, I'm thinking only about one thing, to keep the knight away from c4. That's the only thing matters for
Yeah.
me here. Because queen a4, a5. No. Here maybe rook d4 could be the only move. Not to allow this c4, knight c4 option.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, if Rapport would score the full point here, 2 black games to start with, and to score 2 out of 2,
Dream
actually
start.
6 points, that would be.
So
Then we will have him in the studio.
we will have him in the studio, most certainly, because he's played fantastically so far. So first game, strategical positional masterpiece, you know, just one error from Aryan Tari yesterday. Here it just seems like it was a dynamic game, you know.
Yeah, in the last few,
Very
just
bold, and to
brought his
spot,
pieces.
and I don't know, to spot this queen, this white queen getting trapped. He's great, absolutely fantastic stuff. Shall we pop in to
Yeah, let's
Magnus
see.
Carlsen and Aryan Tari?
Well, h4 was played by Magnus, so he also realized that this is the best move to look for counter chances.
Yeah.
And now I'm very interested how Tari will be reacting, because he has a few options. We talked about queen g6, we talked about rook b8 with either rook, which is also quite a challenge if you go rook b8 to decide whether to go with the a rook or with the f rook. And I wouldn't be surprised if rook e8 is also not a bad move.
Yeah.
I would also consider this move, you know.
So
Because if white will have to go king f1, okay, I understand, but I'm not happy for white. But maybe king f1 will be a move.
but the line that we saw, rook e8, we liked. Well, we didn't look at rook e8, but I think it
We liked
also
rook
looks. But we
fb8.
liked rook fb8. That looked
Yeah,
very
because
promising.
it becomes very concrete.
And someone on Twitch asks, Judith, would you rather have white or black in this game?
Well, probably he asked already some time ago. No, I don't know, because
But it's quite clear
yeah.
you like.
No, by now it's clear. When it was standing on the board like half an hour ago, right after knight f4, I thought white is just fine. But once we started to analyze it in depth, it started to get give me worse and worse feeling from white side.
Do you think Magnus will be able to save this game?
He always saves everything.
That's true.
I don't know how and why. Well, why we know, because he's the world champion. I don't know how he will save this one, but usually he saves everything.
Okay.
And rook b8 is on the board. fb8.
Excellent.
So Tari is like having fun at the board. Look at him. He knows that he has his chances. And he can even make history from his point of view.
Now, it would be the first time if Aryan Tari wins this, that he's ever defeated Magnus Carlsen.
Well, yeah, this is not so often that people can say this, that they defeat him.
No, but I mean, it was an impressive. He's played very, very well in this game. I've been very, very impressed by what I've seen. And also in light of yesterday's game, where it didn't go so well for him, and to lose the first game with the white pieces and in such a manner.
But also, of course, it's more difficult, but it's easier to play as an underdog, especially if you're playing with the black pieces, because with white it can be confusing whether do you want to play for draw, for solid, you don't know, which happened yesterday with Tari, I think, that he just got confused. And of course with the Richard, the Rapport, you can never know what opening he's choosing, so
That's
he
true,
was probably not prepared also against French. And but it happens many times when you're surprised on the opponent your opponent chooses, and then you go, okay, I want to be solid. It does not turn out well, and yesterday definitely did. That was the scenario that things went very wrong for him. But now I think it is very much his type of game, and actually he stands better.
So the moves that we looked at, I agree with
b3, d5, h takes g5, right?
So we were looking at pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, and it
takes
seems
g5.
like d5 is the best move right now.
Yeah. So with the idea that after pawn takes pawn,
Looking
you
for
throw in
counter
bishop takes
chances.
knight.
Yeah, and takes knight d5,
And queen e5, and then
king f1.
Somehow I don't quite like it. Okay, no, it has its points actually. I mustn't be too negative about it. It has its points that if black were to get greedy with queen takes pawn, then white can zoom
With
out
this
with
one?
a queen. Yeah,
No. Well,
yeah, any pawn I think.
No, but then knight f6 is the problem.
Yeah,
what you have.
okay. Yes,
But
okay.
queen b2,
But this,
I mean, why queen b2? Rook b2 is
rook
makes
b2
more
is
sense,
just like,
right?
yeah, so totally.
But after rook b2, maybe rook h5. So at least white is getting some activity that makes a huge difference. And knight f4, so he's winning. Well, not exactly. Bishop g4 is...
That's quite strong.
Yeah, queen d5,
Then you're threatening
rook b8.
rook b8, then you
And-
threaten checkmate.
Yeah.
And just when you think it's all over.
No, it's never over.
No. Okay.
Okay, so after this, after fb8, hg5, hg5, d5,
D5.
takes, bishop f4, gf4, knight d5, queen e5,
and then king f1.
king f1.
And what
rook
about if
b2?
bishop takes? Oh no, bishop takes
That's
knight.
also possible. That is very possible. But I think bishop d5 might be... Ah no, bishop c4 after rook h5, I thought.
Yeah.
Bishop c4 check. Okay, so takes, takes.
Yep.
But now white has a check, and if king f8, rook e1.
Rook e1, and suddenly there's a nice harmony to white's position.
And okay, queen d4. Problems on f2, but this should be savable for white.
Yeah, at the very least you can step back with the queen and Or you can even play queen
Queen
h4.
h4, yeah. Queen h4, rook b8. But okay, this can be
But then
also
it's
drawish
queen
maybe.
e7.
No, actually queen h6 and queen f4. No, here he's going to take on g5. He's going to go this direction and he's going to be saving the game without even big problems, I think.
Okay.
But he's not happy, and you can see this on his time management already. He went down to 25 minutes.
How easy is this to spot, this resource of playing pawn takes pawn,
It's not,
d5?
I think the most difficult thing to understand and then to admit to yourself that you're in trouble. This is the biggest problem. And at the same time so this is like realizing, admitting to yourself, and then accepting the fact that you have a worse position against your opponent who is 100 rating points less. Because it's still, it can be in your mind. But, and it's also kind of annoying that you misunderstood the position, the evaluation, especially for Magnus, who has such an understanding and intuitive knowledge, understanding about the positions. That usually, I think it happens very rarely with him, that he misjudges the position or evaluates the position.
This is, I was listening to the masterclass by like Serena Williams, and she was talking about that as well, that, you know, she was, even though if she won a point, she would be always thinking about how she could improve. And I was impressed by that, because I've generally been of the opinion that you should always enjoy your victories and your small moments, however scrappy they are. So, you know, even if they're terrible, you should just go, okay, great, I had that. But it was kind of, she had the mindset that she needed to improve all the time, that she needed to be better. And there you can actually see Magnus is really frowning, he's thinking, he's not happy at all.
No, he knows that he's in trouble. And he has to go on the safe side by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, but back to what you're saying, it is very typical, and the higher level you go, the less they celebrate, I think. I mean, obviously you celebrate, you know, Olympic gold medal, you have a victory, whatever, but the celebration is very short, and you go home and you continue your exercises or your chess trainings or whatever, and you start discovering your mistakes and how to improve on those.
Yeah, you don't sit back
and of course it's the same thing. That's why Magnus is able to keep being number one now with a huge margin, right? With 50 points or 55 points ahead of Fabiano. But not only that, but also stay to be world champion, because he can do this mainly until the point he's able to challenge himself and he sees himself being able to improve on his chess.
Yeah.
So what happened in Nepo's game? Let's see what's...
Yeah, we should definitely
but
go
you know
back
what?
there.
No, sorry. With Rapport, this very strange thing happened.
Okay.
Because he didn't go bishop d2. Maybe he was not satisfied with that, you know? Queen up is not enough. He went bishop e7, as we suggested it.
Okay, but bishop e7 has the same idea, right?
Yeah, but still, maybe he was just afraid of a positional queen sacrifice, taking, rook goes away, and then the bishop is simply standing so well there. But I'm not sure it's correct, because this h2 pawn was also under attack, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, but he chose to play bishop e7, and after that bishop c3 happened, giving up this pawn on g5.
And what happens if you play rook takes pawn? And
yeah. I mean, black has a huge advantage, I believe. Huge advantage, and even possibilities to drop the rook on the 5th rank to the other side to b5 or c5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whites are struggling, it seems.
Yeah, it's
Nepo is not struggling. He's quite okay. He's completely safe.
He's completely safe, but I mean,
But he's not better either.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. Is he better with his bishop pair?
Not necessarily, because after knight e4, bishop c6, he went knight c5, rook b8, and he went rook d4 because he wanted to go out from the tempo by playing black knight g3. So white went bishop g5, trying to eliminate one of the knights. And now black to move. So what happens if black takes on g2? Black takes on g2, let's say bishop takes c4, takes, and probably white will be capturing the pawn on c4. With the idea that if black takes on b2, then knight d3, attacking the bishop and the rook at the same time.
Looks quite promising.
Looks dangerous for black. Rook b6, bishop d8 maybe.
You have to be very careful now. I think you got to give a check on b1.
Well, or
Or
rook
a
a6,
rook a6 and
yeah,
then give a
actually,
check.
Black can give a check here, but I'm not sure it's good. King e2 or king g3. Probably king e2.
Yeah, and two pieces are under fire, but okay.
But black played knight f5. I don't think black is worse here. I don't think black is worse at all. And white bishop can get in trouble, kind of. Because if white goes back to rook, I don't know, d3, let's say, it's just possible to play h6. Well, okay, white can go exchange the pieces there, but I don't know. Because the b2 pawn is hanging. Actually, even why not to take that? After rook d3, black can capture that. So this day is for the black side.
Okay, so if the pawn is hanging, then
Knight f5 is a very strong
knight
move.
is, yeah, exactly.
If white would go here,
F.
then I don't know if the bishop can get in trouble.
It looks a bit scary, doesn't it?
Well, though I don't know what I play with black, knight d6, but then
Okay,
anyway white can go back to d4. So probably rook f4 should be the move here.
Yeah, rook f4 seems to be the only move, as you
And what
showed.
about knight here?
And maybe,
No, after this maybe g4.
yeah, I kind of was a little bit afraid about releasing the light square bishop.
Yeah, but probably after rook f4, black can go back to e3.
Yeah.
And he's fine with that.
And okay, he's actually played knight to e3.
Rook f4, knight e3 is on the board, and if it's rook d4, knight f5, it's repetition of moves. And I believe that there are some chances for this scenario, that they are going to be repeating moves.
And if white, so if white plays rook d4, then yeah, just going to be a repetition.
Yes, because the problem is for white now that also f6 is threatening. So f6 and g5.
Right.
Not completely, but also knight g2. So I think white will have to move back to d4. Unless he wants to go to f2, but it looks something very strange. I think after rook f2, rook a8.
Rook a8, I like that move. And then every single piece is working, and you can there's no coordination in white's position at all.
Well, and h4 is not possible.
Oh, hang on a second, there's bishop takes knight.
Yes, but rook a1 was my point.
Yeah.
So there is this
And then-
intermediate move of check. Here, takes, knight e3,
Takes.
and in the next move, black here already will take
Yep.
the pawn on g2.
Yep.
So somehow white's coordination is not good. I mean, the bishop on b3, bishop on g5, rook on f4, and these knights are covering the most important squares in this, and blocks the bishop on b3.
Yeah, and well, no, I mean, everything seems to be hanging. So, okay, so rook d4. What happens if Firouzja tries for more and says, "Hey, why don't I just capture on? Was it too much to capture on g2?"
Well, actually, that's the only chance to capture on g2, because if white exchanges the bishop on e3, then there's no way. It's only black can get worse. So it's getting pretty forced right now. And actually, they are repeating. They just repeated one more time. Rook d4, knight f5. So this is going to be a draw. But you know, something really interesting happened between Magnus and Aryan.
Okay.
Because he did not take on g5. He played b3 after rook b8. Aryan went a4, and he just grabbed this pawn. So,
So I remember
Well.
these kind of lines. You were putting your rook on b2, and
and this is going to be on the board in a second, I think. There is nothing that it can.
and I was not
say.
surviving. Oh, okay. Gosh. I know, and you're also playing rook b4 as well.
Rook b4 is also strong. I mean, there are.
You were torturing me in many ways. It was- yeah, so rook b4 was also, you were doing...
There are too many options
Yeah.
for black. This is where he will go wrong. The incredible many opportunities he created for himself.
Okay, so rook b4, again, castles is not really possible. Okay, so let's look at, I mean, can white
No,
survive?
I like
in
rook
any-
b2 better
Okay.
from point of view that I have these knight e2 checks also.
Okay,
So
yeah.
it's very difficult to imagine the white king being in safety.
So what could Magnus's idea be after
Well,
rook
maybe he
b2?
just wants to take,
Take.
then he wants to take, and then he wants to go knight g4, queen g5,
Queen
and I
g5.
don't know. Ah, rook h5, look at that.
The queen takes, queen takes knight.
Yeah, takes rook g5. Check, king f8, rook g4, rook a4, rook f4.
And can he survive this?
Well, this is also not much fun. Or it may be, but
But it
from
might,
the
it might
other
be okay,
side.
actually. It might be okay, because you can just go running with your pawn.
Yeah, but rook d2.
But rook d2
Or
happens, and then rook
b4 is
a2.
also possible.
Yeah,
And grabbing the pawn.
and this doesn't
No,
look like a great...
now Aryan has incredible opportunity in this game. Huge opportunity.
So,
So rook b2 or rook b4? This
Okay.
is the question.
okay, so let's try rook... So rook b2 looked good.
Yeah, it
Maybe we
looked
should
annoying.
investigate a little bit deeper to see whether white has any better things.
So takes
this
d5.
d5. The,
Up d5, white, black
I
has
think
even
queen,
a check on
queen
c3.
c. I'm not sure you can go b.
Check and rook d2.
Yeah. And then queen c1.
Queen d3.
Problems.
Queen b1 is kind of the only move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is so scary.
No, I agree. Oh, no.
Knight e2, for example, what do you think?
And he can't even throw in moves like e5 because knight takes bishop is happening, and
Even this kind of move takes bishop f5.
Nice.
I'm not sure it works. I wanted to go knight e2, but you have king h2, and I thought I have some queen h8 check, but from c4 is not exactly the right. Yeah, I think white saves himself here. But okay, this doesn't look good.
No.
No. So now the big question is if rook b4 or rook b2.
Okay, so
I like rook b2 somehow better.
should we try to check out rook b4?
Rook
What I
b4.
tell all my students.
Sorry?
I always tell my students that
To
be
try.
systematic, so you find
Yeah.
one that you like and then try the next one, which is the attacks. But I learned the system too late, so it's not kind of automatic.
Yes, but sometimes you keep yourself busy. I mean, rook b2 is so tempting,
I
right?
know.
That you want to figure out that is it winning or white can save himself
Yeah.
before you go on and look for another move. We have some moves happening between, and rook b2 is on the board, by the way. But in the game between Karyakin and Rapport,
Okay.
there is an exchange up.
Okay, yeah, we have to
After,
check that out.
yeah, bishop g5 was taken, knight e3. Wow,
Wow.
it's catastrophe. But why did he play? What happens if king b1? Ah, simply knight b2, I guess, and bishop f6.
Yep.
This would be somewhat very, very
Looks deadly.
close to lose, I guess. So after bishop g5, he went knight e3, knight e3, rook g5, rook g5, f takes e3. So white tries to save himself that he has some compensation on the black squares because of the black square bishop. But probably this was still the best option for him to trying to save. I don't know if the compensation will be enough.
But it certainly looks dangerous, though, actually, for both sides.
Yeah, I think it's not a simple way of winning for black. I like, for example, a move rook b5, trying to bring rook d5, you know, centralize the rook this way.
So your idea is that you can be completely calm after queen to d4.
You want to go queen d4?
Yeah, I was thinking queen d4. I'm trying, you know, counter-attack is the best form of defense, they say.
Yes. That's true. Rook g8.
Okay. And now maybe
e4. e4.
Yeah.
Well, black can also try to play rook c5 and somehow eliminate this bishop, you know.
That would be.
It's not so
Spoiler.
easy technically to win this game with black, even though he has material up.
But I like your idea of maybe returning some of the material just to kind of.
Yeah, but I'm not
clarify
sure
the
he's going
position.
to be winning. That's the only problem. We have a draw, I think, between Nepo
Okay.
and... Well, they did not agree, but they are repeating moves constantly. So eventually, I think they will agree.
Okay, let's
Because
have
we
a
have
look.
to say that before under move 30, they cannot offer a draw. So they can play only if they have a repetition of moves or only after move 30. And this, I think we reached 30 and we have both.
Okay.
Repetition of moves, but I don't see if they finished the game already.
So that means if the game does end in a draw, then in 20 minutes, the players will be
Yeah.
playing their Armageddon match. And
Yes, and they agreed.
Yep.
Well, actually, it's a rule that the players will not shake hands, and I think here there was, I saw something.
I saw
the
some
hands were
strange
not-
thing happening there as well. I was also guilty
I know
of
they
that.
shook
yeah.
hands like this, I think. Well, this shaking hands like this, it's like already almost punching.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the punching movement.
Okay, so we should set our clocks now because in 20 minutes the players will be fighting their Armageddon match. Nepomniachtchi will have 10 minutes on the clock, Firouzja will have 7 minutes, but he will have draw odds, which means if the game ends in a draw, Firouzja will take 1.5 points and the loser will take 1 point, and there are an increment, a 1 second increment will only be added after move 41. And 1 second is not that much.
No, not at all. Even sometimes to give checkmate in some moves, it's not so easy.
No,
But,
not when it comes to physical chess. When it comes to online chess,
Yeah,
Oops, a daisy.
it's a much easier way of handling it, correct. Okay, so one game finished, and on the other two boards, white is struggling in both cases. I think actually Karyakin has some good chances to save it. I mean, Rapport will have to show great skills in technique to be able to win that, because suddenly the black knight from c4 disappeared and the queen on a4 stands pretty okay. It gives pressure over the d7 pawn. It can come to d4, it can come to h4. There is no way white can have any danger, mating danger on the king's side, so the bishop is standing actually excellently on c3. So now things might rook b5 is on the board.
rook b5.
Which, yeah, this is what
This is what we're looking
expecting.
at.
Yeah,
And here we kind of looked at queen to d4.
queen d4 and rook g8, correct.
Yeah. And you suggested e4, but just to stop the rook getting to d5, which looked quite logical.
I think there is no other move than going back to g8.
No, I don't think so, because queen
No,
h8
actually,
is quite
no, but
strong.
actually there is rook f5 or rook g6. Because after giving a check, king e7, and the important is the f6 square
But the f8 square is also quite important, so maybe bishop g7.
and rook b8.
Ah,
Sorry,
No.
but this I had in mind. Okay, you can go queen h7, but I think, I mean, the king is not in danger. I think queen c4, for example.
that's a nice move, queen c4.
I
Love
want
it.
to stop queen h4. I want to attack this. I want to activate my queen maybe to e4. I mean, this should be winning because it's very important to disrupt the harmony between white's pieces, because now he has harmony, just not enough pieces. That's the only problem of white. A little more pieces or pawns could be welcome.
Yeah.
So queen d4 is logical. So I don't know if after queen d4 really this rook g6 makes sense.
But I appreciate, I like it. I think it's
But
very,
I think maybe e4 is a must anyway, because for now the black queen is tied to the d7 pawn,
yeah.
which is important. Okay, so black goes rook c5. Which means that black is really going to be threatening to eliminate the defender bishop.
Yeah.
Black can also play later, for example, I think this will be the winning plan. He can go, okay, let's say I just make a move, and then to go e5, and then he can use his rook on the 6th rank, suddenly. But even possible to play d6 or something like that. Okay,
Yeah,
so
this is nice. I like this plan of.
I always like actually to have the rooks and horizontally playing on the 5th or the 4th rank, because many times amateurs tend to always keep their rooks on the base rank or on the 7th or the 2nd, right?
Yeah.
And to keep your rooks vertically. But actually I like very much when they are playing horizontally.
Yeah. I've noticed that
rows.
this is a trademark of very strong players. Actually, like you say, you defend
Yeah.
horizontally. Meanwhile, the instinct, when
Yeah,
you're
because
not so
it
strong,
gives a
is just to
completely
kind
different
of.
dimension to the game when you start using it in every way.
Yeah.
Now we have a move with Magnus, and he captured bishop f4. Took
Okay.
on a g5 and bishop f4. So
So
let's
we
see.
looked at this position,
Well, g takes f4
G takes
should be
f4.
happening.
and now we looked at the knight coming
Because
to.
after actually queen f4 is also, we were not checking queen f4,
That's
but
true.
that's also possible. But I think finally white can relieve a bit by playing castle, queen e4, and go queen h5.
Yeah. And still there's some survival chances.
Well, I think it's still not fun for white because, for example, black can go queen f4. Even I would be considering, well, f6 maybe is too much, but to play queen f4 with the idea to go king g7 and rook h8. So this can be extremely unpleasant. But of course, against there is this dilemma, what to play, queen f4 or g takes f4, because g takes f4 with the tempo, it always feels like a better option. Knight g4.
Knight g4.
But the problem is, I had this problem, we looked at this, that queen g7 and the knight has go to h6 and then what? gf4. He chose gf4.
gf4.
Well,
okay.
it's a much more logical move and decision for black.
Yeah, and I kind of want to show the audience again your really cool idea that after queen to g5, if black, if white were to play knight to g4, queen to g5,
rook h5. Well, it's a trick, but it's not saving
yes.
white. You remember that we played this, taking on a4, and white is in huge trouble with losing.
Oh yes, I forgot about that bit. I was so caught
Even
up in the aesthetic.
Yeah, even
beauty.
this is something.
No, this is easy. This is very unpleasant. So, I mean, but hang on a second. Is this forced?
Well,
So after queen to g5.
Yes, but I think it seems like queen g7 is even better.
Okay, so queen g7.
Because I keep an eye on the d4 pawn as well.
Yep. That's
okay. What about rook h4?
rook h4. Holding tight. Okay, so now
I don't know.
c5.
Bishop c4.
Oh yeah, I like bishop c4. And what next?
No, but I don't really understand what Magnus has in mind.
No, I mean there's nothing.
Oof.
Okay, so knight to g.
Just,
okay, so knight g4.
I would just rather
Okay, hang on a second.
flip the board and see it from the other side. This
Okay,
looks so
okay.
scary.
I just checked.
Knight h6 and
knight
knight
g4 just loses on the spot. So and I think it's very much for the reason that you suggest that the bishop white's position is just horrible. But the computer is saying
knight f5.
that queen f3.
Queen f3, only defensive move.
Yeah. And after king steps forward to g7, I don't know whether a human would choose that move, but queen f3.
No, king g7 is a very normal
Okay,
move.
good.
Knight g4 now. No, but then queen g5 again.
Yep, this is what it's saying. So knight to g4.
Queen g5.
Queen to g5.
And what?
This is where it gets. This is where the computer gets really funny. Knight goes to h6.
Of course.
And the king steps forward to g6.
No, please. Please. Why? If rook goes to h8, then rook what? Rook h5.
Yeah, that's probably why the king is stepping up.
And king queen g6.
Yeah. And then maybe knight
Knight f5
check.
Takes.
Yeah. And
well, it's still not something very funny for white.
No. I mean, it says black is much better.
Well, queen f3. Queen f3, king g7, knight g4, queen g5.
Yep.
Knight h6. Of course, what else than king g6 stopping rook h5? No, but this knight when you have to go to knight on h6, don't hope for anything good.
No, but just
I mean,
it just I was just laughing at this computer sequence. So obviously I didn't. It just looks so strange. That was all.
no, but actually Ariane playing well.
Yeah.
From I didn't like his opening playing this a5 and playing these moves, but since knight h5, he plays very well, I think. I mean, before that, I'm not sure whether he was right or not.
Yeah,
I just have a feeling for it in the opening. But from early as
Magnus didn't.
Move 11,
The
he just plays very well.
Right.
Extremely well.
I kind of I agree with you completely, and I think it's like part of it's to do with this a5 move, like he just took away one of Magnus's favorite plans, and then like you say, after knight h5, Magnus was just
This was
reacting
the
in the
position.
center. Yeah, this is where things got really critical.
Yeah, in the next few moves, right? After knight h5, knight e3, queen f6 was a very energetic move, and then somehow Magnus opened up, which was seems to be too early.
Okay, he's made a move. We should check.
Knight f5. But after knight f5, okay, so now the question is whether can black go bishop c4, or he's just going to be taking on f5, takes, give it check on e8, king f1, and let's say he just grabs the pawn.
That looks like a great move. Great choice.
I don't know, rook h5,
Queen steps backwards.
g6, let's say, queen f3. No, queen f3, rook b1.
Yeah.
Well, now in the next move, rook e2 is a strong threat. So white has to move away with his rook.
But anyhow, rook e2 is a strong threat, right?
Well, before rook h5, not necessarily. Well, yeah, even here it might be serious. But maybe that white can defend. I don't know. Maybe white should sneak away with his king.
And then rook e2.
Oh, well, well. Not very nice.
It's
But
a big struggle.
But by
for
the way, what happens if he rook e8 immediately?
knight.
King f1 anyway? Because after check, simply I'd go king f8.
And then king f.
Well, probably anyway, white has to go king f1,
King
yeah. But
F1.
after that, queen bishop takes and
Pawn
queen
takes
d4.
and queen takes d4, and then everything is falling apart. And oh no.
Well, queen h4. No, falling apart because rook f2 and the a1 rook is
Yeah.
done there.
I think we had a line that was very similar to this in our analysis.
Well, king f1 after rook e8 anyway. I think this is the only way white can try to...
What about if you try to exchange off every single piece there is, even if it comes at some cost? Okay, we actually have some moves. I think he's captured the knight.
Captured, bishop f5, e takes f5. So I wonder if he's going to go rook e8
Rook
check
e8.
and then take on f5.
Looks fantastic
For black.
for black. And then the question is, I don't even see a way for Magnus to even save this, or even to to make some trades to try to get into an endgame where he has some drawing chances. Everything just looks wonderful for Firouzja. Sorry, not Firouzja, Aryan
For
Tari.
Aryan Tari.
So
And actually it's Magnus who has 10 minutes left on his clock. Okay, so the question is that how is the technique of Aryan?
I think he can do this. I think he will do it.
Well, he should be able to do that.
Because the moves that...
But it's still not easy to win the game.
Okay.
He has the upper hand, he has a great position. Still, it's possible to go wrong. So he has to be very precise, I think. Let's see for a second the Karyakin rapport. What happened after rook b5, white did play queen d4 and rook b f5. Didn't we look at this position? I think we had
We
something
did.
like this. So
We
main
had something
idea
very
for
similar.
black, yeah, the main idea for black to cover the f6 square. Though I don't know what he wants after rook f5. Let's say white goes a4, okay?
Yeah.
I go a4. Good. That a5 pawn is blocked. So what's the next move for Rapport? Probably he wants to go rook g2 and then bring his other rook to f2. That's his plan. Well, he still needs some technique here, but that would be very impressive if we would be able to start 2 out of 2 and 6 out of 6.
6 out of 6, yes.
That one win is much more than 2 draws in this tournament.
And the Armageddon game will beginning at 8:30 p.m. So in 3 minutes.
Just in 3 minutes.
And it's between Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, so of course we should follow that. Although all the positions are very wild in a minute.
But we are not going to be upset, I think, with the playoff. I mean, the Armageddon, because they are going to give some great entertainment over there.
And I really like this defensive formation that Richard Rapport has found. And what you just highlighted is, I think, is very effective. I don't see a single move for white.
Well, rook g2 is something that...
Yeah, rook g2 is a problem. And you know, like you say, once the rook comes to f2, it's... And then, you know, then you can see ideas of rook takes bishop happening. Not easy at all for
Black
Sergei
should be
to find a
winning,
plan.
and Black has also nearly 20 minutes left, while Karyakin has only 12 minutes on his clock.
Like, the only thing that I can see is maybe pushing the pawn to e4.
Well, if you push the pawn to e4, of course this is an option, then rook f3 going to be the move, I think. Keep it in mind to eliminate the bishop, and still later on the idea is to go rook g2.
Yeah.
And also time to time, even possible to play queen f4 and exchange the rook on f1. Something, well, now it's a question whether the players will be disturbed maybe by the playoff, because it can happen that it's very loud.
Yes, especially towards the end, where the player, and there we see Firouzja in the hot seat getting ready, and he will be facing off against Nepomniachtchi. So Nepomniachtchi will have 10 minutes on the clock, Firouzja will have 7 minutes, but Firouzja will have draw odds, which means if the game ends in a draw, Firouzja will pick up the 1.5 points and Nepomniachtchi will only get 1 point. And to make things just that little bit fairer, there will be an increment of 1 second per move, which kicks off at move 41.
And they are ready to go. Oh, look at this.
Oh,
King's Gambit. I played it when I was a kid. Not knight f3. I was playing even bishop c4, which is not considered so well. Knight f3. So they are just absolutely in the mood.
Okay.
Knight f6.
And I have to say one thing. Nepomniachtchi recently released a chessable course on the King's Gambit. Of all things, yeah.
So that's how he started to play this line. d6, queen e2 on the board. So this game definitely not going to be a boring one.
Definitely not. And so whilst the players are thinking and considering their moves, I have to tell you a funny story about the King's Gambit. One of my grandmaster friends wrote a book on the King's Gambit, and you know, he really worked super hard on it, and he discovered that White's best chances lay not in an attack, but in swapping off all the pieces and winning the endgame. And he got so many complaints from the readers. They said, we don't want to read about this positional advantage in an endgame. We just want to see the attacks. We want to see the sacrifices. Talking about sacrifices, they are coming.
Look at that, d takes e5, queen. Look at this, what is really going on here? Wow, it's full firework. And look at this, it looks so nice for white. So nice for white. So beautiful. 18th century game. Knight comes to to c3, long castle, bishop g2, And look at the pieces. Sorry, I didn't show this today yet, but
Fabulous. Okay, so
I
move
have
has
some.
happened.
Well, it's like so bishop e6,
Bishop-
of course, blocking the powerful queen here. So I'm expecting knight c3.
Knight c3 is the move that has been analysed.
Knight c3 or even c4 maybe, but I'm expecting knight c3 on the board, of course. What else? White wants to play long castle. All the pieces are in action,
Yep.
ready to give checkmate just in a few moves.
Scary
Scary
stuff
to
for-
death.
Exactly. Ooh,
No, this game will not last more than 20 moves.
it looks fantastic for Nepomniachtchi. And, okay, so how can Firouzja even attempt to survive this?
Well, he's already under 10 minutes, nearly half of the time of Nepo. Wow.
Yeah, and I can tell you, just the bar is
Isn't
like
it just
all
winning?
the way. Yep,
It's
the
winning.
computer
Yeah,
is
I
looking
mean,
at
I
it
can
going
see
like
that.
+3.
I still have my feelings about the King's Gambit, okay? When all these pieces are in the center. I mean, this I would be happy to play as... I'm okay with this position.
Yeah.
And it's only move 11. We have a queen on h1, which probably will be trapped.
Okay. So,
Yeah, you don't get these kind of positions too often.
so what's White's idea? So if like the bishop comes out to d6, I don't really want to
Well,
analyze too much because
let's
Firouzja only
say-
has 3.5 minutes.
Let's say
so-
bishop d6. In any case, white castles. The problem is that the black queen simply cannot move. So in the next move, white is going to
Yeah.
play bishop g2. If black goes bishop e5, I think white can just take queen e5. g7 is hanging, c7 is hanging, bishop b5. This covered check is right there. If knight d7, I think white is not even going to take the pawn, but plays bishop b5. After the d5 and the pin is here. So it's like g5 happened.
Okay.
So, trying to save himself and look for some counter chances. Maybe the idea is that after bishop g5, queen g1 or something, but even knight e4 will be here coming and playing knight f6 check. Of course, queen b5 is there anytime. So after g5 already, I think white has several options to continue the game.
Yeah, the line that you showed just looked crushing.
Yeah, I don't see anything, but he goes d5.
D5.
He's just enjoying himself, I think. I mean, you don't get such a position every day, not even every year. Once a year.
What's it
Having
called? A
such
black
an
swan.
attack.
Those
I
kind
mean,
of-
it's still possible to ruin it, of course, because you can ruin everything. So after g takes f4, I think white is ready to take on e6.
And then pawn takes
And
pawn.
pawn takes time to castle long. And simply the real problem is on the black squares, bishop g2, queen on h5, queen on b5, pawn on e6 is just deadly. So
Yeah, if you get a bishop to g2, it's just game over. I mean, the queen will come to b5, everything will drop off. Okay, we have some
g
moves.
takes f4 on the board,
Pawn
d takes
takes-
e6.
Okay, pawn takes pawn is in the air. White is going to castle in the next move. Okay, so what does he play? Bishop. He plays bishop d6.
Well,
And
now the question is long castle, knight f7, pawn takes f7. I mean, there are quite several moves. I think long castle will be the move.
I like
I'd
long
bet on-
castle.
I'd bet on that.
I definitely like castling long. And wow.
Well, if let's say Nepo would not win this game, this would be very difficult mentally
Yeah.
to adjust to that.
just
Knight f7 is also a killer, I think.
Yeah, just to keep you posted as well on the Magnus Carlsen Aryan Tari game.
Long
Magnus
castle.
has just blundered. So
Who?
Magnus has just blundered against
Oops.
Aryan Tari. So Aryan has a killer blow on the board, but let's go back to this game.
Oops. Long castle.
Queen goes back to
h6,
h6.
queen b5 check. We were waiting for this check.
All our lives. Okay, so
I said under move 20, yeah?
but this is TV. No, you're allowed to say things.
No, but it's not far away, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if...
Okay, queen b5
I don't think I
played.
exaggerated. Knight f6, knight c6, trying to save himself. Of course, who else if not Firouzja, who is a great fighter and he can save with miracles, if someone. Well, knight c6 doesn't look bad, but probably after knight c6, black is just going to take check with f takes g3 here and goes castle, and then says, okay, I'm not losing in move 20, I'm out of that.
Yeah.
At least. Well,
That's-
now it's a question whether knight f7, maybe knight f7.
Knight
is the
f7
best
looks
move.
nice, doesn't
I think
it?
knight f7.
Okay,
it's
and
on the board.
he's played it on the board. Yeah.
On the board. Queen e6. Ah, he plans long castle. This was not expected in this game from black.
King,
No, bishop c4, queen e3 check, king,
king
b1.
And
No
still-
castle for black.
and
No
still-
castle for black.
Knight takes rook is happening, queen takes pawn is happening. It's just total disaster for Firouzja. And how many moves are we?
18.
18.
He's going to get out of 20.
And also Firouzja has only 1.5 minutes on the
Also,
clock.
the queen throwing to the other side to
Looks-
h5 is also does not look too bad.
Looks crushing. Yeah,
And Firouzja has under a minute in a second.
I know. And he
Queen
will get no
c5.
increment. Okay, so queen
Queen
c5.
c5, I
try-
think knight d6. I would go knight d6 takes and queen b7.
Yep. But also, can you play queen takes queen and then go knight takes rook? No, maybe not. Maybe
Somehow
no need
you
to.
don't want to go into endgame in this
No.
position. You would think it's either you give mate or you win the game with the queens, or
Yes.
it was not worth doing it.
Yeah, I like your idea. Knight takes bishop.
And I think that's
Pawn takes,
that's
queen takes
kind
pawn.
of, I mean, queen c4 takes, black goes knight d8. Well, okay, but this is completely
Okay,
busted.
it's on the board. Knight takes bishop, pawn takes knight, and now we're expecting queen takes
No
B7,
question about it.
and,
No question about it.
Firouzja instantly plays queen takes bishop.
Move 20.
Well, that's good news for Firouzja. It will not make that book of miniatures
No,
that every chess player hates to be in.
no, but I have doubts that he will be able to save it. Queen a8, knight d8, we were here before. Now knight e4 is also very strong, though then black can go castle. Rook e1, king f7, black will not castle in this game. Check on a7, I think. There are queen check, so white has a pawn up, to say the least, but that's not the only problem of black in this game. G takes f4, the king is completely full danger, queen c5, but this is something, queen e7 or something gonna be the move.
And there
rook
you go.
g1 first, okay, even better. And then check, 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 check. Game over.
Yeah, killer game from
And
Nepomniachtchi.
Wow, what an impressive game.
Shall we run through the beginning again? Because that was,
Maybe
Yes.
together with Nepo,
Yeah,
when he's
perfect.
going to be coming, I think. Because we have great actions happening between Magnus.
We certainly should check out Magnus Carlsen against Aryan Tari, because Aryan has just spoiled a golden opportunity. So I will.
Yeah, I
will
also
go
think
back.
so. We've seen this moment. We left it when bishop takes f5, takes
Yeah.
rook e8 check, king f1, queen
take-
f5,
Yeah.
rook h5. So this was still
Yeah.
excellent
And
for black.
And now
rook
Magnus,
f2, right?
Magnus blundered. Yeah, rook takes f2. here.
Wow. I mean, this is just an extra pawn, 2 pawns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's only 1 pawn.
But it's a horrible position for Magnus.
Yes, but the position was horrible in any case. Sorry about that. But
Yeah.
the problem is that of course Queen H1 is a threat, and after King G1, I think White gets F3. So White cannot take with the Queen because the D4 pawn is under attack. So, okay, so this was a big miss by Aryan, and he went Rook E2. This is a surprise for me that he went here, exchanged. He took on D4, Rook E1, Queen A4. Okay, he is better. Of course, he has a huge advantage, no question about it.
Yeah.
But it's not so easy to win this anymore. Of course, somehow Magnus will try to get his rook to the F file, to F4 somehow, and look for counterplay with his other rook, either on E7 or E8, or another option to play somehow one rook to F4, other to Rook E3, and then chase the king somehow and put pressure on the pawn on F7. So these are the options for counter chances. And Magnus played King G1, excellent move, I like it very much, because now G3 might be a threat to grab the pawn on F4. Now Black played King F8 in order that after G3, Black would be going Queen H5, A5. So he goes out from the pin, right? This is an important moment.
This is nice.
But I think this Magnus will save this. I think Magnus is saving this. For example, there is a draw alternative. Look at this. Go Rook E8, and after takes, White goes check. Here, Rook G3, and immediately White is threatening to give a perpetual check. Yeah.
Yeah, because
So I think after King G1, I have the feeling he's saving the game. He played instantly Rook H8, King G7.
King G7.
Let's see where he's heading to. Is he going to play Rook C8 or Rook E8, E8?
Maybe Rook C8 with the idea of...
Rook C8. So he's looking for counter chances and he's grabbing the C7 pawn.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though this was the best.
Yeah.
I'm not sure because I would be happy to eliminate the F4 pawn.
But is there any way to do something now with the black pieces, now that the rooks are a little bit uncoordinated?
Well, I think Black should be taking after all on A2. White is going to take on C7.
Seven.
Black plays C5.
But then the rook comes
Rook
to...
goes to E7, and now it's a question how Black can handle this. I mean, there is an option to play a check and then goes Queen F6, and then he tries to push his pawns, right?
Yeah.
So this is the main thing, and also he can play sometimes F3.
Yeah, because F3 is quite a dangerous idea actually, because I often judge these type of positions, two rooks against the queen, by king safety. And the queen is often better than the two rooks if the two
If
rooks
you have
king,
extra pawns.
Yeah, okay, there's also extra pawns, but also king
Yeah,
safety is a
yeah,
big issue because the queen is such a flexible piece.
Well, this is a very important save for Magnus because it would have been very dangerous for the tournament if he would lose this. Of course, he's able to come back after a loss, even after two. But and what happens with Sergei Karyakin? We also had some moves, so
It's still looking very good.
yeah,
for-
White did play E4, and after that Rook F3, which we considered, King B1, and Black started to build up his defensive setup by playing F6, so to cut the diagonal for the queen from D4, just in case. White went A4, which was very logical. Rook G7. So Rook G7 is a move that he wanted to defend the D7 pawn in order to free his queen and capture on H2. That's why White went Well, actually, yeah, he went h4, h5, and now queen d2. White is looking for counter chances through queen to h6.
He's defending.
Queen f4.
Queen F. Ah. I like what Richard has done. Like you were talking earlier on about defending along the horizontal lines, and rook came to g7 and f6, and the rook is now the main defender. This is a nice idea, but obviously white cannot swap off queens. So
No,
he plays
because then,
queen e2.
yeah.
And we have to mention that the players are playing without increment until move 41, and then they will get 10 seconds extra per move.
Well, there is a slim chance that white will be able to save this game. But of course, we see here only fighters in this event.
I feel that, I don't know, somehow Sergei is living up to his name, the Minister of Defense, and doing the best he can, actually.
Well,
Because
he has no option.
The position is not very easy, actually. You know, white is threatening to...
Well, white wants to
counterattack.
go with his queen to b5.
Exactly.
So to still put pressure on the d7 pawn, attack the h5 pawn and the a5 pawn at the same time. And still, actually, black should be very careful in this position, because the a5 pawn can be taken, and if white has one or two extra moves, he just grabs the pawn on a5 and starts pushing the a pawn. And then it can be real serious counterplay.
Okay.
Now it's very important that black has no move rook e3, because then queen h5 comes with a check, and after in the next move black king moves out, then he can even grab the a5. So now I think there is some difficulties for black. I think eventually he will have to take on c3.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask now. I mean, to me it's... Okay.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, and queen moves
b5,
to b5.
Rook e7.
Yeah. And we will be taking a quick pause, as we will be having an interview with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just defeated Alireza Firouzja in quite a magnificent Armageddon game.
So hi, we'd like to welcome the winner of today's round, Nepomniachtchi. You had a great victory, congratulations.
Thank you, but I believe you're a little bit underestimated.
Well, it was so fresh, so can we start with your game of the Armageddon? Because I just loved it when you played f4. King's Gambit and takes, and just we were starting to talk about it, and just you had a winning position, I think. So what do you think, where is the turning point in this game?
Well, however, this is one of the critical lines. So, the problem with the King's Gambit is that you should be ready to defend slightly worse in games if the opponent is really well prepared. And, I had small concerns that maybe, Alireza would buy my horse or something. Yeah, or at least he would spot that I played few blitz games. But anyway, that was not a reason, to abandon the gambit, and it's quite interesting. So he played once again a critical line, g3, that's all correct. Queen h1, bishop f4, and here I believe you got to know bishop d6 move. That knight g6 is not a serious idea. So knight g6 somehow like king d8, or maybe bishop e6, maybe even bishop e6. Yeah, they play knight h8, and this is just much worse for white. So white is not going to take the rook. But I believe after bishop e6, it's not so sunny anymore for black at knight c3. d5 is my idea.
Sorry,
and so on.
after knight c3, I said the game will not last more than 20 moves.
But
I
it
thought
was
it's
like
winning
20,
already.
25.
Yeah, but it was 25. I'm just saying that I felt that it's just completely winning.
Yep. I mean, I'm not sure what the evolution is, but as far as I remember, bishop e6
It's winning.
is in percent.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
it's already too much.
Yeah, but it was just
Yeah, but
style.
it was in King's Gambit spirit. So at
Yeah.
least despite my poor endgame performance in the first, in the classical game, at least I had my small revenge playing the Gambit and at least having a good mood.
Yeah, so this was great fun for us and for the audience. Can you tell us a little bit about your the classical game, because it was this opening? Whether was it your preparation? Did you surprise him, or because he was thinking quite a lot?
Yeah, well, I believe it was me actually who was surprised, because I expected maybe some Berlin from him, or maybe some other openings like Caro-Kann. So he plays nowadays he plays really a lot of different openings, but now he's trying to be more solid. So he plays e5, move 1. And here, this is a very old line, and it's, to be honest, a little bit toothless for white. It's like you're not going to do anything. But I believe rook e8 is an imprecise move, and here white is after e5 at least. I believe white is pressing because this endgame is optically very nice. But I believe I had only one moment. So after rook e8, rook e1, knight c4, probably just not take on c7, but maybe take on e8 and take on b5.
Yeah,
Or other way is take on b5 immediately. And this was like a worthy try to play this on, but well, I actually got misled, by a nice idea. I wanted to play bishop c7, and in case of rook b7, I thought like rook e1 is a little bit counterintuitive. So after rook b7, rook takes e8. What was my idea? Knight takes e8, and here rook d1. And I thought like this is very nice. Rook takes e7, and knight takes b5. And then rook d8, and I win back a piece, and then also probably I win the game because I have an extra pawn in the endgame. So like rook d8, okay, this might also work. Yeah, king, here bishop d7, for example. Yeah, is the move. But I play rook d8 first, I believe. For example, king f8 and bishop c4, rook c4 and rook e8. So this was my intention. But he played really well, so he took on e1 first, and I found out somehow that despite two bishops and poor, it's a bit awkward piece placement, this knight c4, pawn on b5 is very good setup, and somehow black survives in a tactical mess. And well, it was very disappointing, but the only person I can blame is me.
Is yourself. Well, it was not easy for you to get here to Stavanger. Probably it was difficult for you.
Yeah,
difficult
it was more
for
difficult than I expected, but
yeah, but finally you're here, and it's a great start. What do you expect from the tournament?
Well, once again, it's not as great as it could be, because I believe after knight b5 I had a very pleasant endgame today, so I wouldn't say it's like technically winning, but it's sort of.
When?
Knight takes b5 instead of taking on c7, yeah? So for example, rook e8, knight e8, knight takes b5, rook takes b5, bishop takes c4, and since he can't take on b2 because of bishop takes f7 check,
We were thinking
but
this.
just like bishop d3 or bishop
Bishop
d3 or
f5.
d3. But no, okay, maybe b3 is more precise or something. But this,
Because I think if he exchanges the bishops,
but if he does, then maybe. But here, even I don't know, maybe bishop e3
Bishop
or rook
a4.
e1, or maybe even, I don't know. In general, this looks like I have two bishops and also a passed pawn on b5 in the future, perhaps. Yeah. So this is clearly a one-sided game, and maybe it's not enough to win easily. But of course, it's a big torture for black. And That's absolutely the biggest advantage White can rely on in its line. So I mean, okay, I don't think it's like it was some misagreement, like some move per move by force, but I mean, this is slightly disappointing. But once again, King's Gambit changed my mood to better.
Yeah, well, this is the tournament, the last tournament you're going to be playing before the World Championship title match? Or
I can't be 100% sure, but this is most likely the only classical tournament for me between the candidates and the match. So it's like I should get as much practice here as I can.
How is it for you in your mindset? How is it to separate your mind that you're not focusing on the World Championship, but you can focus on the tournament?
No, I guess this is just part of preparation. So it's not about like setting up my mind or something. Just come play and train.
Okay, I think we'll leave you to go to rest because you deserve all this after this today's game, and we hope to see you again shortly.
Welcome back. And there we just saw Nepomniachtchi display, wow, his absolute intelligence and calculation there in chess.
Absolutely. But I think he was absolutely very realistic in his explanation in both games, and which was interesting to hear from him that, well, Firouzja didn't buy my course, my chessable course. This is what we were talking about, that nowadays people, very strong players, share their ideas, basic ideas, and even though they don't give away for sure the deepest and the biggest novelties, but still they give their concept the way they think, the evaluation, and so on and so forth.
He was very honest there. He said that you have to play bishop d6 in the king, that particular position in the King's Gambit, and then White doesn't have so much. So, yeah.
But it was interesting. He said that, well, this is part of preparation, right?
Yes.
This tournament. Of course, we're going to see some great chess, I think, by him, but it's interesting.
Shall we have a dive into the game? So
let's go back because we have some very interesting stuff in both games.
Okay, because both games looked great for the black
something
pieces.
Something very bad went on with Rapport. So maybe we can start with that because there, I think, some huge blunders happened. So after queen e2, queen g4, queen b5, the queen started to become extremely powerful on the 5th rank. Rook e7, very passive. We were talking about it. Once the pawn is going to be taken, rook f5, so probably this was something he was aiming for.
Oh, something's happened. Sorry. We just got a result from Magnus
Probably
Carlsen.
It's a draw.
Probably it's a draw.
They just agreed to a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was no question for me that it's going to be a draw already.
Okay. Okay, so we'll
I'm not sure Tari believed that he can win a game against Magnus.
Yeah.
You know, even though he had this opportunity playing rook f2, I'm not sure in his mindset he thought that it's an option. It's a real result possibility.
I think he was just so focused on that, you know, doubling the rooks on the second row. He just didn't consider anything else. And yeah, maybe you're right, Judit. I don't feel qualified to say that, but to say, you know.
Okay, well, Magnus is very unhappy. It's completely understandable.
But okay, Magnus got away with, so, you know, he saved a terrible position. I mean, it was totally awful.
Awful.
Yeah, I mean.
It was so bad to look at it.
Yeah, it just looked horrible. But let's go and recheck.
Let's go what happens, because probably within 20 minutes we're going to have the playoff of that, right? And so what is happening right here? And we have another draw.
Okay, so shall we do a quick?
Yeah.
Suddenly we have
so
two more.
within 20 minutes, I don't know, one will play one after another the playoffs. And well, what a day!
No,
3 draws and
Three
3
draws, 3
Armageddons.
Armageddons.
Oh,
okay.
and nobody's happy, it seems.
Well, you have the person
the
who
player.
you have the person who played badly.
I mean, look at,
At the
in
opening.
Magnus's game, you can see that Magnus is not happy because he's frustrated about the way he played.
Right.
Tari must be frustrated that he missed his opportunity of winning, right?
Right.
So now we have 2 unhappy people, and then one is going to be happy in half an hour.
And then you have the same situation with
The same situation with
with
Rapport.
Sergei
Of course,
Karyakin and Richard
yeah,
Rapport,
because Rapport played so well, and things started to turn around when we
So-
stopped here with Queen E2.
Yep.
This already I felt that something is falling apart for Black's.
Okay, so can we
play.
see how
Queen G4, Queen B5, Bishop A5, already that was falling off.
Okay.
And I think this was kind of the trick that Rapport had in mind. That's why he gave away his pawn. But unfortunately, it seems that Black is very passive. And White started to stabilize himself. The Black King is in dangers. So it is very difficult already to make a move. Already all these checks on B8 was also possible. But for the moment, it seems that he would be sneaking away by playing check, King H7. So the H5 pawn is defended. That's why he's able to sneak away. And after Rook G7, Queen takes F5, White has already great compensation, and it's very difficult for Black to save the pawns. And this is what happened. So he decided already here to give up the exchange and simplify and go into the draw. And with perpetual check, they agreed to draw. So what a saving by Karyakin. It was a great saving because here practically at move 23, we can say that after Bishop F6, Bishop E7, simply at this point already, Rapport completely outplayed Sergei Karyakin. Totally outplayed him, but after that, you know, these guys don't give up so easily. So they will fight until the very end, and if you don't show your perfect technique, then they sneak out of your hands.
Yeah, and shall we have a quick look at how Magnus managed to draw against Aryan Tari?
Yeah, in that game, it was interesting. As I said, you remember that after King G1, I said the game will be drawn, no question about it.
I remember I was a little bit doubtful. I was like, oh, I think that Tari can still do it.
No, I'm not even sure that he's so much better, to tell you the truth. Because it's very difficult to do this. And he just went Rook C8, capturing a pawn on C7, so to have activate both of his rooks on the 7s. And then Tari decided to go F3, which I don't understand exactly. I would still probably go
C5
with Queen A2,
Queen
but
A2.
I have the feeling that his evaluation was not good in this game, in the middle game. He knew that he's doing fine, but I'm not sure he understood that he's actually close to win.
Yeah.
And because of that, he ruined it, I think. He went Queen A5, Rook E4, C5, A4, D5. They exchanged the pawns on A and on the C7. And after that, White cut on the 6th rank, okay? So now Black cannot make a move with his pawn because this is attacked. The Black cannot move this pawn because it's not possible.
And
the Black King cannot come out from the 7th. So practically it was a decision to make a perpetual check.
Yeah.
There was nothing to be done because the Black rooks completely stopped the opportunity for the Black pawns.
Yeah, but I kind of feel that Aryan mishandled the queen ending, like you say, like he should have played queen takes A2 because he still could have kept some of the tension and some of the possibilities. I didn't feel it was necessary to give up the F3, F4 pawn.
I don't know whether it's actually, well, if we go back here after Rook C8, so what I'm suggesting to go Queen A2, and this is what we were looking, and after Rook C7 to go C5, after Rook E7 to go either Queen D5 back, this is also possible, or just to give it check, and after King H2 to go Queen F6. And this is where to play F3 already, having exchanged the G2 pawn and the F4, that's already a little bit different than just to give up.
Yeah. And
right?
also maybe you can step up with your king as well. You can kind of try to use up.
Well, probably he would be going rook d7, and he wants to go rook c6, but I would go f3.
F3, right.
And after gf3, black takes on f3, king g1, and let's say queen d1, king h2,
And queen
queen
d5.
d5.
And then, you know,
I mean, it's a completely different story,
It's
right?
totally
I mean, you
right.
still have something to do. Yeah, but still maybe it's the same story going to be happening because, no, actually this is not possible.
Yeah.
This is the problem for white, that he's not able to change the setup of the rooks because now queen h5 and the d7 rook is going to be, I think, falling off because somehow queen g4 or queen f5 will happen and take the rook.
Yep.
So maybe I made a mistake here and white actually should have this setup already.
maybe he
with
should
both
have
rooks.
F3 in place as well to stop stop black from playing
Well,
F3.
to play f3, that's another story, I must say. To play f3, I don't know, maybe after f3, what about black plays c4?
Yeah, but you know.
No, this is very dangerous because now black already goes c3.
But one thing that we're seeing from both these positions that we've kind of looked at is that black does have chances to put pressure on the two rooks.
The problem
But
is...
Aryan's setup didn't put any pressure at all on
Yes.
Magnus.
Yeah, he gave up, but I
Yeah.
think it's a valuation problem. And I have the feeling, and this can be the difference sometimes between a much higher, who understands chess
Yeah.
much better, that in this position, I would even risk saying that Magnus is making a draw with white and wins with black.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's a tricky statement, I know, but you just shouldn't give up. I mean, Aryan can learn a lot from this endgame also. That you don't, for example, I think it's crucial that you don't push your pawns from the 6th to the 5th, because it was a great opportunity for white to, after rook c6, to cut away the king, and the king cannot come out. This way, the king is completely eliminated from this game. While if the pawn, if the pawn stands on d6, then still what we've seen in the other line, it gives much more chances for black.
Yeah.
But it was a very interesting game.
Yeah, definitely. And well, I'm getting notice that the tie-break between Magnus Carlsen and Aryan Tari will be played at 9:15 p.m.
So we have another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Karyakin and Rapport begins at 9:20 p.m. So 5 minutes afterwards. So it's going to be quite manic here in the studio as we try to follow those two Armageddon games. Who do you think has the psychological advantage now?
Well, I think psychological advantage goes for Magnus because he's so relieved.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's not only that he saved the game, but it was really bad to be in that position, you know. Sometimes you have, I think, bad position which is bad enough, but at least the position is interesting. You can find all kind of ideas and some different alternatives for counter chances. But this was so bad. You cannot castle. The rook came on the b file. Your pawns were falling off on e4, d4.
Yeah, he survived the position where two rooks were on the second row. I mean, that doesn't happen.
I mean, it was so frightening,
Yeah.
and it was definitely something Magnus was not ready to, I think. And so far we can say that it's Magnus is definitely not in shape yet, because also in yesterday's games it was very difficult.
Yeah.
So far is not so good, but of course, as we've seen by talking to Nepo, that he takes this as the training. It's part of the training, and testing himself and playing out the games, and that's there for the World Championship title match. For Magnus, I think it's even much more difficult to handle. I mean, it's not his first time he's going to play a title match, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He played when 2014 the first time when he became world champion.
2013.
13.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
maybe it
it's
was
for-
13. So he defended his
2014,
title
yeah.
for
2000
3 times.
And then
right?
2016, and then 2018.
18.
Yeah.
And he knows that he's going to have a very tough November and December
Yeah.
playing the World Championship title. So this tournament is very clearly, it's important because of course he's a sportsman, he wants to win, etc. But it's very difficult to get your mind off from the November actions. And if Nepo said that it's part of the preparation, it means that most likely for Magnus also takes it as a preparation, testing out some lines, avoiding some lines. We saw some problems in the openings,
Yeah.
right? He did not get exactly what he wanted. And so it must be a different mindset for both of them to play
Yeah.
this event.
No, definitely both of the players see this as excellent training ground. They'll play these classical matches here with the Armageddon element. You have the high stress situation that you might get, for instance, if the match goes to tie breaks. And of course, let's not forget that Magnus actually went to the World Cup to use that as training ground, because unfortunately there aren't too many classical over-the-board tournaments these days in the corona times. So definitely both players, and we can see Aryan getting ready, adjusting the pieces. And
the usual scenario
yeah.
before the game.
Okay, so I mean, Aryan came so close to the win, and I'm sure he would be feeling some kind of disappointment. How would you, if you were Aryan's coach, what would you tell him?
Oh. Well, first of all, definitely I wouldn't tell him he was winning, I think. And secondly, I would say that just live the moment and just be in the game every moment of it.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's really, I mean, for him, it's a joy to play with those guys, right?
Yes.
He has great opportunities and there are no expectations by him. But at the same time that if he knows how good his position was, then of course I would tell him that, okay, this was a great chance, fantastic, still a draw is also very good. Next time you will win, but now focus on this game because you have your next opportunity.
Okay.
For Magnus, it's even more difficult.
Focus on this game. Just take it one step at a time. That's what you would say to Aryan Tari, and the game is 1 minute from kicking off. So we'll probably follow the beginning, and then when the players start speeding up, we will just comment on the moves and not show them on the analysis board. Because we should remind everyone what the time control is. So Magnus Carlsen will have 10 minutes, Aryan Tari will have 7 minutes, and the player with the black pieces will have draw odds. They will also get 1 second increment after move 40 or move 41, and yep, it's going to be tense and exciting.
I think this is also not only the most challenging part of the tournament for the players. Yeah, that is nice. Not only for the players, but also for the arbiters.
Yes.
Because to follow the Armageddon, to have everything under control, and if any of the players behave not so well, or the pieces start flying off the board, or something happens with the clock. Okay, so we have first move, e4. And I have the feeling, again, we're going to see repetition. And we were talking about this yesterday, that it happens very often that we have a classical game and after it's a draw, it's going to be a repetition of battle on the same opening, because the mindset is just simply there. They both prepared on something like that, which can be a different case with the Rapport game, because, and here we see still going the same direction as in the game. I think we follow the same, isn't it?
It is the same.
7, knight f1. This is where we were standing. Bishop e6 was the move. So let's see if Tari will make his same move. And we do see the same moves. Bishop b5. No, yeah. And after castle, it was bishop g5. So let's see who is going to be going on other routes. Yes.
Maybe Magnus won't try his
goes.
bishop g5 idea.
Yeah, he went knight g3. This is a much safer approach. Let's see, knight e7. Very logical continuation, so white is not going to be capturing on c6 anymore. Black is heading to go to knight g6, and of course the question is whether black is going to be breaking up the center by d5, or it's going to be white who is going to play d4 in this game. And d4 is already on the board. E takes d4, c takes d4, bishop will have to move away.
And it gives a check.
Bishop d2. At least that's what I think Bishop d2 is going
Bishop d2 looks like the most natural move on the board.
I mean,
So-
the first moment when Magnus is thinking, but this is the least I would be thinking that he's taking time in this moment. But maybe he's thinking because king f1 and the b4 bishop can get in trouble. But after that, black will go c6.
Six.
Bishop comes
Okay,
back.
hang on.
Black has to go a4.
He's just made a move.
And king
he
f1
king
on the
F1.
board. King f1 is on the board in the spirit of Vladimir. He
Yep.
doesn't want to castle.
c6 played. and
Bishop
now
d3.
Bishop d3.
a4, of course, he has to rescue his bishop from b4.
Yep.
a3, and probably queen a4 will be taking the pawn. Don't you think he's going to grab this? No, because bishop b3 happens. So
Happens.
bishop b2, bishop c2,
C2.
I would expect. Or queen c2 is also just fine because bishop on b3 is doing nothing.
I think that.
Bishop c2.
c2.
Yeah. Okay, so
Bishop
let's see
takes
if
bishop.
bishop takes, and then he goes bishop a5. But
And,
still the a4 is right there, and white has a pawn up.
Yep, you were right. And now Aryan plays d5. He's trying to accelerate the play whilst the white king is in the center. But okay, it is a pawn up. And it looks like a pretty safe pawn to me. And,
It looks
Magnus-
pretty safe pawn, yeah. I'm guessing that he's going to play e5 and
Yep.
queen c2. It's so typical, these moves, because white is aiming to push the black knight to exchange, but if f5 is the only move. There is no other move because black will not be taking this after hg. Look at this,
Oh, dear.
fantastic. Incredible. Even without the pawn up, it would be amazing to have this position. And now actually Tari is in huge trouble because if he's going to be defending it with f5, e takes f6, knight f6, the knight can go to e5, so this can be extremely unpleasant. But I think still f5 is the only opportunity.
F5 played.
And it's on the board. And he did not take on f6. He just went knight e2 because he believes that he has a pawn up. He's going to be playing h4. He's going to play
Knight
knight
f4.
f4. Later on b4, a4, and slowly but surely just collect the full
Yeah,
point.
and the white king, now that the position is closed, is not so unhappy on f1 actually.
Well,
I mean,
on
it's
f1,
just,
the
it's,
king-
it's normal, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has also an option to play g3 and
Exactly.
king g2 if he really wants to feel himself that his
Connect
king
the
is
rooks.
castled somehow. f4, I like this actually. If already you have this problematic position, give up the pawn and try to look for some counter chances and
Yep.
mess the position up.
And Aryan already down to 4 minutes on the clock. So,
Which is not the main problem right now for him.
but it is a problem as the
But it's a
time
problem.
starts ticking
But now it's
down.
interesting how Magnus will be capturing on f4 because I would expect him that he's going to be taking. But actually f4 was the right decision by Aryan. I like his decision.
But
It's
maybe
a very smart and practical decision.
Maybe he doesn't need to take now. Maybe he can just improve his position a little bit.
Yeah, but still, it's if he wouldn't play f4, then white would just block the pawn with knight f4, and black has no counter chance whatsoever. And here after f4, maybe he can go queen d7, play on the white squares a little bit. g3 is not an option for white anymore, so it's not so easy to stabilize the king. So f4 I really like. It's the best move so far what Aryan played. I think I really like this move.
Yep.
This is the only chance he has in this game. Bishop f4.
And
I guess queen d7.
the game between
Knight
Sergei
g6.
Karyakin and Richard Rapport has just kicked off as well. It's a Scandinavian.
Okay.
Okay. until we have a few more moves. He did in fact take the pawn, and after knight g6, bishop e3, defending
Well,
the
I
center.
think queen d7 should be the continuation.
Yeah, at least then you can threaten rook takes knight.
Yeah, somehow he should be going after
I think
that.
he will see
well,
that.
probably h4 will be the next move.
For sure.
I mean, objectively, it's the case that if you play against the computer, I think there is no chance.
Yes.
That's the feeling I have. But it's a human game today, and knight h4. So he's going. He's doing well. He gives the most unpleasant moves to Magnus, I think.
Oh, Magnus.
Knight g3.
Knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 is a killer, actually. Knight g3 is very strong.
And is there any way for Aryan to
Well,
mix this
yeah.
up? I mean,
No,
knight takes.
actually, probably
But
game
the problem
is
is
over.
that the queen is centralized, and now I'm just looking at knight takes knight, and after, sorry, knight h4 takes f3. After pawn takes, rook takes f3, but of course
Yeah, I
knight takes
think
knight.
maybe
and-
we can move on to the other game because this game is over, I think.
Okay,
We'll come back to this
Okay.
if anything happens, but I don't see anything.
okay, so
Uh,
we're expecting
practical chance.
Magnus to comfortably put away the game. So he's doing well, some knight trades on the board, and now we're flipping over to Sergei Karyakin against Richard Rapport. And this one comes from a Scandinavian defense.
Yeah,
I recognize
think
this.
I don't go back because they're going to make some more
Yeah,
moves. Yeah, Scandinavian, which is
Looks-
Rapport played 3 games, 3 openings, and I think he's not finished in this tournament.
And he's
with
had a
his
great
selection.
score actually with his choices of the black pieces, because here I'm looking at this position and I'm really liking Rapport's position, because I mean the whole essence of the Scandinavian is to get the light squared bishop out, and if you can get that out and white hasn't hassled it, then it's just an okay position. It's good.
Yeah, I think black is doing completely fine. The queen on b6 puts pressure over the d4
Yeah,
pawn.
the bishop on c3 is bad.
Well, yeah, it's not something very nice. Black can even sometimes go bishop e4, and to go bishop d5 is an
Yeah.
option. Rook d8 is, I think, would be the next move.
Okay.
That's what I'm expecting, kind of. Also, knight to e4.
So,
So there are a lot of, well, for now, knight e4 is not because of rook
Just-
knight
just-
d7.
I think
He just
Sergei was
simplified.
Yeah, so I think he was a little bit worried about
Rook
knight
d8.
c4. You know, maybe the queen was a little bit offside, but after the trades, the rook comes to d8.
Yeah, sorry, of course, knight e5. The draw is a win for him.
Yeah.
Of course. So that's why there was no need, because after this he's just going to be playing queen e2, knight d5, and look at that, what we have. White considered that this is the only way he can play for a win, by sacrificing the queen, positional sacrifice, which is actually a good try. White wants to control the d file, double the rook on the d, and now suddenly the bishop on c3 has its role. g5,
g5.
Rapport
bold.
style, h5, king h7, king g6,
Nice.
Okay. Rook d7, I guess.
Okay.
I don't think there is too much of an option.
Rook d7 on the board, and
On
I'm
the board.
expecting, I like your idea, h6.
Yes, but it's not so easy to leave the king because the f7 pawn is going to be under attack. So it has to be, black has to be careful also. A bit,
A bit.
a bit. But still I would play h5 just to have some space for the king, just in case. But I like what Karyakin did, because from practical point of view, this was the only sensible decision
So
for him.
he has played h5. You
Rook d1.
rook d1, and then bishop. I mean, is there?
No, bishop g6
Bishop
you
g6
can-
is a mistake because the bishop takes.
Well, queen is still on e6,
Yeah, okay.
but I think white
Rook
goes rook
e7,
e7, and
bishop
already after
e6.
that some threats bishop e6. So it can be extremely tricky. Black has to be careful a lot, because if black is not able to react properly, then white is going to play rook e7, double the rook on the
e7.
sevens, and And it's not
good.
very funny.
Okay.
Maybe a5.
A5 is something that I thought of.
a5,
Yeah.
but probably white is
But
just
go
going
A4,
a4.
and it's a problem with this rook on A8. It's not in the game.
Maybe h4, h3. Look for counter chances on around the king.
Yep, H4 I like.
So if let's say h4, white can go h3 though.
And
And
continue.
well, if
G5.
g4, then it can be simply takes, rook d4, and white black has can have problem on
he's played
rook
rook
h4.
F8.
So what? Rook f8. Rook f8. Is it a prophylactical move? What is his plan after rook?
Maybe it's
E7?
just
Maybe
panic,
he wants
actually.
maybe he wants to go e5.
E5? Ah, okay, with the idea of
But
bishop E6.
no, but that looks very dangerous. I mean, the bishop on b3. That's a nasty bishop. That's a very nasty bishop.
Maybe
no, black
he
has to very fast, I think. So
Maybe
after-
he has idea of.
I think he has to go. He has to go for
he
it.
has to go H4, right? And after H3,
No, actually, rook f8, rook e7. He wants to go quickly, king h7 to reach
then
out
to
to g6.
G6.
This, and then he's going to give up some of his pawns and look for counter chances with somehow queen d6, queen f4, and look into the stomach of white, white's position. Actually, black has to be active. He cannot go on passivity completely.
but okay, in this scenario, I'm just wondering whether you can go bishop b4, b4,
If bishop b4, what about c5?
and then rook
d6?
Rook d6 is the idea.
Queen, oops. Rook, I mean
Try
c4.
to trap.
Oh. Well, okay, even this, okay, takes, king h7, or bishop e4 first.
Okay, we have some moves.
Yeah, let's see
So-
what we have. Rook e7, king h7. This is what we were expecting. Okay, so bishop b4 was
Maybe bishop
missed,
e5
maybe.
is another idea to kind of. No, you can't do that just yet. So rook d.
Well, I think after bishop e5, black would be
Take
going queen
queen
c5,
c5, and that's
and then taking on c2. Though it's not so easy, still, because after bishop c7, bishop c2, rook c1.
Okay.
So bishop c2 is not possible, but he went bishop c4. Unexpected move, bishop c4 to me.
Now the king moves to g6.
Probably
As you
later on he
highlighted.
wants to go to f1 with the bishop somehow to safety, but I don't like the bishop c4. But of course, he's under 4 minutes, so we have to see. Well, still, I don't understand. Maybe, he played bishop c4 in order that black is not playing queen a6 and queen e2. That was
Okay.
his idea. But now he's going to get queen c6 and
And
queen,
then queen
e4,
e4.
and now it's a problem for white. So queen c6 is the move.
Well, it's
And
the
that
only thing he
gives a
can
lot of
do
problem.
because he has to activate the queen. And
Queen c6.
so Richard Rapport just under 3.5 minutes, and I can say that the
And
situation is quite.
It's on the board.
It's looking like Magnus will be
Very fun
dispatching
game.
of Aryan Tari in their game. So will be okay. So queen c6.
Actually, Tari is well fighting, but
With
not
seconds
fun.
left
Yeah,
on the clock
yeah,
and
yeah.
the bad
But
position.
two pawns on the 7th rank is also not helping his mood, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, and there we can see that there has been a result. Magnus Carlsen has won his Armageddon game.
So
Yep,
he collected
absolutely.
another 1.5 point today. Okay, so what's going on? Bishop on f1, the safety mode, and after h4, h3. So somehow white is trying to stabilize his position and limit the possibility of black, but I have the feeling that black is going to be capturing on c2 and try to eliminate the white square bishop after that with bishop d3.
Yeah.
So
H3 on the board, queen takes
unless after queen c2, bishop b4, and something like rook d7, and that's what he would want to have to grab the f7 pawn, I think. So black still has to be extremely careful.
Okay,
he played b6.
We have some moves.
Yeah, rook a7, g4, trying to open up in the king's side, which is very sensible, I must say. Because if you can open up the g file, then one day the rook can be even active on the g file.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking aggressively, if you can play pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, and maybe h3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be a great deal for black to
expose the white king.
open
and,
up
you
the
know,
white king.
At the very
Yeah.
least, you can try to make it perpetual, because a draw will be sufficient for Richard to take the 1.5 points.
Rook d7, clear idea by white to have a plan to play bishop b4, I guess, but also he's keeping in mind to
Pawn
go
takes pawn.
rook d4. So there is a whoops.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pawn takes pawn. So
Yeah, I
after
think
rook
it
takes,
was important.
rook takes queen, and then pawn takes. He has to do it.
Yeah, but now there is no way that that white can win this game, I think. Rook a4, important
King
idea.
moves to f5, I expect.
I think king f5, yeah.
And is
And
played.
that's the move. f3. No? f3 he played, yeah. Well, bishop should be taking on c2, I think. Play bishop c2 and then activate the rook.
Yeah.
But it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Karyakin plays extremely interesting and well, I think, this game, creating himself chances. And Rapport has under 2 minutes.
But it,
Oops, this e5 I'm not sure I like at all.
he did well. He did that to eliminate the f6 pawn, so it's off the board.
Yeah, but
But,
this way rook e5. Rook e5, king g6 has to be made. And then rook d5, king f2, it's unpleasant. It should be holdable, but with the rooks it's a completely different story than only with the bishop. With the bishops it would be, of course, a dead draw.
Yeah.
But with the rooks, and of course, Karyakin is a player who understands these kind of positions so well. This intermediate move was very important move, extremely important move, because after the rook, well, actually white can grab the pawn, and that's what he's doing. He's taking bishop c7, and now it's going to be extremely stressful if he's going to be making a draw.
I
I think it should be a draw, because his king should be running back and running to the other side, but king goes to d4, not allowing the king to activate on d5, king d4. Ah, and he does allow. What was the reason he allowed that? I don't know.
I don't know.
b3, a4, what is this position? I have the feeling that it should be theoretically a draw. But I think this was important that black achieved that his king is on d5. This should be a draw. I mean, the only chance would be to control the center with the king for white.
But okay, how is black achieving their blockade? So this is a nice move.
Well, now it's
actually.
very
Bishop-
important bishop on d1,
d1.
so he has to be making moves king to a3,
Okay,
playing
goes-
b4.
Okay, so he's just repeating a few moves to get to that move 40. They're
This
on move
collecting
48.
1
They're collecting 1 second, but it might be enough.
Well, let's see if this is possible
And-
to win. Of course, white has to go to a3 with his king to be able to push the pawn to b4. But actually, maybe it's winning because of the extra pawns on
that's what I-
f4.
Okay, bishop goes to c2. Now it finally ends up on a3, and bishops are dancing.
If
They're collecting their
b4, no, but
time.
after b4, black will go king c4.
Okay, it's on the board. And
Yeah,
here you go.
and now it's going to be a draw because you cannot bishop c2. and that's why it's a draw, because you cannot move your king. You have to push b6, and then black is in time to regroup his pieces.
Yeah, and then
bishop to e4 and b7, and that's already
Yeah.
going to be, because if you can block on the white squares with your king, then you're defending your pawn on f5 with your bishop. So there is no.
Yeah, this
No
is a
way out.
very, very instructive way. And there you go. And
Yeah,
now
and this is already a dead draw. King a6, and
the king
there's
takes pawn. But it
and
doesn't
bishop
matter because the
e4.
bishop goes to e4, and that's it. Draw.
yeah, it was a tough game. Great performance by the players. I think it was a fantastic try by Sergei, sacrificing the queen. This shows really the class. That even when there are really tension and you have to make a decision in a second, right?
Yeah.
He was not even hesitating, because he understood that in that position, if we go back just for a second, where were we? After d takes e5, rook d8, if he would just move away with his queen, knight goes to d5, he understood that there is practically no chance to create any difficulty for Rapport. Even actually black is better, probably just slightly, but there's no practical chance. And he was without hesitation taking on f6, creating some opportunity. So this is a very beautiful, instructive moment.
Yeah, I'm also equally impressed as you, because I was just expecting the queen to move and white to just try to play that kind of position. But instead, the game was super unbalanced, and we're going to take a short